Hi, welcome to the channel. Jay, and this is our 2 cents where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Bill Haney tells all on ducking Rolly Romero. It's Deontay Wilder fight night eve, and Turkey quietly leaving boxing. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live today. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the cash app at $ 2 cents boxing, or let me know and dropping it below your 2 cents in the cash app. If you're listening to the replay, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and just hit the heart with the $ and leave a special thanks below. Let me know you're enjoying the content. Man, ton of things going on in boxing right now. Oh, and fellas, just for the fellas, in case you did not know, that call-in number going to at the bottom of the screen, you can always call into the show and give your 2 cents. We just not letting you up on the panel. The number is 281-845-2103. I heard some people complaining about how we only let the women on the panel. Can y'all believe that? One day we take out to let the women come on the panel without having to deal with the emotional men arguing and talking over them. So we can come up here and give boxing from a woman's perspective. Any other live is a mixed panel. Men come up, women come up, everybody come up. One dedicated live a week. One dedicated live a week. And the men still have the audacity to complain. Can y'all believe that? Can y'all believe that? Some men still have the audacity to complain about the all women's panel once a week, when I got two other shows and everybody can come up. I do pop up live sometimes, everybody can come up. One dedicated show. That's crazy. That's crazy. But fellas, you can always call in case you did not know. I'm gonna let a couple of more people pull up in here. You know, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button on your way in. Punch the like button. Let some folks pull up in here. Man, it's just be so much like drama in boxing. That's part of why I love it. It's always some drama. It's always some he say, she say. It's always some, nobody ever really know what's going on, but people like to argue like they do. A lot of people that don't understand how boxing business, a lot of people that don't understand how business work, period, let alone trying to understand the nuances of boxing business and how it works. And so they're easily fooled and manipulated. And I think at this point, it comes to a point you just start to put your foot in the mouth, and things start to catch up, and things you try to point your finger at and say about other people, it's kind of like, ugh. So just to get some small talk before everybody get up in here, have y'all heard that Regis Prograis is injured? Put a one in the chat if y'all have heard that Regis Prograis is injured. Let me see if I can find this. Because y'all remember when they came out and was like, oh, the fight is canceled? And then Regis Prograis hopped on the internet. He's like, man, that fight ain't canceled. I don't know what they talking about. And so I'm wondering, how long has Regis Prograis really been injured? How long has Regis Prograis really been injured? Because Eddie Hearn seems to just... Did Regis Prograis used to be with Eddie Hearn? Because Eddie Hearn just seemed to know for sure he know what's going on with Regis Prograis. He's just acting like he know for sure what's going on with Regis Prograis. Let's take a look at this video, because Let's take a look.
That badly injured.
Progress was out that fight. I'm sure you saw it.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows about Regis Progress.
And I has got video out. I'm not fights on. I'm just saying there was a rumor.
I'm not going to discredit Regis Progress or the fight. Everyone knows the situation. Well, Regis Progress, who shouldn't even be in the ring because he's that badly injured.
Progress was out that fight. I'm sure you saw it.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows about Regis Progress.
And I has got video out. I'm not fights on. I'm just saying there was a rumor.
I'm not going to discredit Regis Progress or the fight. Everyone knows the situation. Well,
you just discredited the fight, Eddie. I want to say Regis Progress. He shouldn't be in the ring. Everybody know how injured he is. I'm not going to discredit the fight. You just discredited the fight, Eddie. What do you mean? You literally just discredited the fight. So why would Zuffa, now it's looking even worse because why would Zuffa pay Conor Ben $15 million to fight like this starting not to make sense to me at all, right? It's starting to give theatrics. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's starting to give theatrics. And the theatrics started when you want to pay Conor Ben $15 million to fight a 10-round fight with Regis Prograis on an undercard. None of that makes sense. When I say it out loud, I'm like that. None of that makes any sense at all, right? So to me, and I think I've told y'all this before, when I look at something and it just don't make no sense at all to me, I find it very hard to believe, right? So I find that whole situation very hard to believe. Now you're coming out and saying Regis Prograis is injured and everybody know, and he don't got no business in the ring. When did you know that Regis Prograis was injured, Eddie? Because the fight about to happen in like a few weeks. When is Regis Prograis and Conor Ben supposed to fight? Because the fight been announced, you never said anything. So did he just get injured? I'm just curious. Hold on, y'all. And Regis Prograis really just gonna get in the ring for the money when he don't have no business getting in there? I'm just curious. So I'm gonna see what happened with that situation again. None of it makes any sense to me at all. And now they're coming out and saying Regis Prograis is injured. Hold on a second. All right, y'all. What up, Dondrick Nim? Hey, y'all punch that like button as y'all rolling on in here. Rolling on in here. But I just want to get but the 2 centers, what y'all think? Regis Prograis hurt, don't belong in the ring. Why is Eddie throwing, you know what I'm saying? Why is Eddie throwing everything under the bus? I don't understand. A lot of drama going on with Devin and Rolly Romero. Been the hottest topic in boxing all day. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. Like, I just felt like it's gonna be a problem with them making a fight because we know what the Bill and Devin expectations are when making a fight. They want guarantees and all this other stuff, and you know PBC's not really into doing it like that, or however the case may be. So it's a lot of drama with that. But we're gonna talk about that. But I'm just curious, like, do y'all think they might be kind of capping a little bit, or do y'all really think that Bill and Devin are walking away from this fight? Because I honestly, I have a hard time believing that Bill and Devin really walking away from this fight. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Do they feel like they're not gonna make no money on the fight, or do they just don't want to take a risk at all on any fight? Like, what do y'all think it is? I'm curious. Because I really don't see why Devin will be ducking Rolly Romero. Faves are great in the building. No more sleepwalking. What's up? On the money line, what's going on? OTB boxing school, what is up? And always the homie, all things. Randall 700 in the building. What's up, Randall 700? You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, we're going to talk shit. We're going to call him a duck, but what is it really? Like, what is it really? Why is it because he doesn't want to assume the risk?
He got the water.
Let me tell you one. Who is that? Who got it?
Dang.
What do y'all think it is? All right, so Doctor say he's scared to bet on himself. Ramon say it's called faking the funk, and Bill Haney is the master at it. Pay say they don't want to take the risk of putting up their own money, but they want to be treated as a promotional company and business. Don't work like that. Quickly say they selling wolf tickets. I mean, but the problem is, and the reason why this is people are gonna say you a duck and say you a this and say you was that is because of how Devin Haney move whenever something doesn't go exactly his way from another fighter. He can say in the media, "Oh, I want to fight such and then such and such is not worried about it right now. They got other plans. Oh, such and such ducked. He ducked. He ducked." So it's like, according to that standard, you in the middle of negotiations and you walk away, a lot of people are gonna call you a duck. Because when it's other fighters, there's no consideration taken into what they got going on while the fight's not happening. But we're supposed to take into consideration what Devin got going on while the fight's not happening. I just want to point out the hypocrisy. So maybe moving forward, we can like kind of stop doing that to just try to make it seem like everybody ducking Devin. Because right now, it's looking like everybody's ducking Rolly. Is Rolly the most duck fighter at 147 pounds right now? Manny Pacquiao allegedly didn't want to fight him. Mario Barrios didn't want to fight him. Ryan Garcia didn't want to fight him. And it's looking like Devin Haney don't want to fight him. So, with that being said, is Rolly Romero the most avoided fighter at 147 pounds right now? Because right now, Devin is avoiding Rolly, right? According to Hayno's clan logic. So what's going on with Rolly? He trash, he this, he that. But why nobody want to fight him? Why nobody want to fight Rolly? And why do people think that Manny Pacquiao is gonna fight Devin Haney? If the fight, listen to this, listen to this, listen to this. If the fight with Mayweather fall through, I'm gonna fight Devin. What? So you're gonna go from Mayweather to Devin? Come on. Come on, y'all. Be for real. So speaking of Manny Pacquiao, let's chit chat about that a second. I want to get a couple more people pull up in here before we really get deep into the talks. First of all, can y'all believe that we're talking about a Mayweather and Devin Haney rematch? And these are some more people I'm wondering, are they serious? Because how can you take an advance on a fight and then say you're not gonna fight the fight? Is that not like some type of breach where you could get sued for that? I've been telling y'all for a while, I think Floyd Mayweather is a high-level scammer. Floyd Mayweather, I feel like, been out here scamming to a high degree. And now that the economy's changed and markets have changed, it's all catching up to him. I think he's leveraged a lot of investments or properties and things that he's have to get money. And I think it's all catching up to him. I think he's used his celebrity and his status to get away with things. And people felt like, oh, it's Floyd Mayweather. I know he's going to pay me back. And just using his celebrity and status to get away with not paying for things right away. And it's all starting to catch up to him. Gil Coles, what's up, Gil? What you think about that Fundora fight? What you think about that Fundora fight, Gil Coles? You was in here talking about eating crow and all that. What happened? So I'm just curious, could Floyd really even get away with doing that? But let's take a look at what Manny Pacquiao has to say, because I showed y'all the interview Sunday. I think I showed y'all the interview on the Sunday review show. I showed y'all the interview of Floyd Mayweather saying, it's an exhibition, it's not a real fight. Let's see what Manny has to say.
Of course, that's the part of the requirements of God to stay humble. I always believe that one of my favorite verse in Jeremiah 9 verse 23-24, it says, this is what the Lord says, let not the wise boast of their wisdom, or the strong boast of their strength, or the rich boast of the riches. But let the one who boast about this, that they have the understanding to know me, that I am the Lord, who exercises kindness, justice, and righteousness, Lord. For in this I delight, declares the Lord. So that's it. What is...
I didn't understand the word Manny Pacquiao just said. Is it me? Am I tripping?
The most difficult part of your training for a fight?
During training, all things is difficult. When you push extra mile, the way you run, the way you hard work at the gym, it's everything is hard when you give more extra effort and pushing yourself to the limit. So that's training. That's a hard work. If you ask me, as a boxer, I don't need somebody to push me to work hard, work more, but I did. I was put that in my mind when I'm in training. I have to do extra mile to get that condition. Like for example, my fight is 12 rounds. So I'm doing 30 rounds, at least 30 to 36 rounds every day. So that's that's 30 rounds and 36 rounds that's a hard push. Like
Many say at 47 years old, he's sparring 30 rounds a day. 30 rounds a day. Y'all think Floyd ducking Manny? Manny sparring 30 rounds a day. Y'all think Floyd in shape like that?
not like taking lightly, but just push 30 rounds. So when you get to the ring, so whatever happens, I have stamina, I have gas, whatever happens. So that's the makes the fans happy and enjoy the show because of action. Because if I'm a fan, if I'm a fan, I'm going to watch a fight. So I want to see a fight that more on action because that's what I want to see. In a fight. So make the fans satisfied with their, you know, uh, effort to watch.
Everybody, the last few days, there's been rumors swirling around about you and Mayweather, and he saying he's going to be an exhibition, you saying it's going to be a fight. And the second part of the question is, how would you face him for the second time after the first decision?
You know, that propose of exhibition that was long time ago, a year after our first fight, but I didn't agree. And then I want a real fight. So he signed what I signed. He signed a real fight, and I signed a real fight, and he got his advance. So there's no reason to make excuses of that. So that's true.
Well, we all look forward
Yeah,
to that fight.
I mean, he signed a real fight, and he got his advance. So then now makes excuses now.
What was your most difficult fight in your career?
Not one, not one fight, but there's a couple fights that
All right, so y'all heard it. Manny say he signed for a real fight and then he got an advance. So I'm just saying, like, did he just sign for the fight so he can finesse him and get the advance and move on? Or he just like, I'm gonna sign for the fight, get the advance, and it's gonna be an exhibition. Either y'all gonna fight me because I already took this money and it's gonna be an exhibition, or y'all just gonna lose money. Like, is he trying to punk them and force them into something they don't want to do? Or are they just trying to sell the fight? I'm just trying to figure out the logic and the reasoning behind you signing for something and thinking you finna do something totally different, Floyd Mayweather. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So that's what's going on with Floyd and Manny right now. They said he had something to do by today. Let me see. Current status and legal issues, breach of contract. Pacquiao's camp officially accused Mayweather of a breach of contract following his comments. They claim Floyd has already received cash advances and loans against the fight purse based on the professional fight agreement. He took advances and loans? Both? Damn, Floyd. Legal warnings. Mayweather was reportedly given a deadline to confirm he will honor the original professional terms or face potential lawsuit. Is it canceled? While some reports have sparked cancellation rumors, the fight is technically still on as of early April 2026, though in a stage of high stakes legal limbo. Okay, so they still trying to get Manny. They still trying to get Floyd to stop tripping. So as of right now, the fight is still on. Let me ask the two centers. Put a 1 in the chat if you even want to see Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather rematch over a decade later. Like, who's genuinely interested? Can I get a 1 in the chat if y'all like, yeah, that's cool, I'm interested, I'll watch it? Or could I get a 0 in the chat if you really have no interest and really just sick of Floyd and Manny and want them to go sit down somewhere? Gil Cole's got a 1 in the chat. Okay. Dodger guy is 0. He said no, he's not trying to see that. Ramon Seafood, okay. Pay, how you gonna be a 1 and a 0? Pay. You don't want to see it, but you gonna watch it? Is that what 1 and a 0 mean? What you mean ain't shit shaking outside of Boots and Zayas? Let me think. What's some good fights coming up? Shit, let me think. Key with the T in the building. What's up, B-Dog? What's up, Patrick Bell? It's a no for me. B-Dog is a... Most of y'all want to see the fight. Most of y'all want to see the fight. Okay. I stand corrected. SBG Mello say he want to see it. Yeah, but the issue with Floyd, see, that's the thing. Floyd said he was coming out of retirement. So you already announced you coming out of retirement. And then you sign a real fight. And then you take out advances and loans and then be like, nah, it's going to be an exhibition. Like, no, come on, man. You already led these people along, make it think it's going to be a real fight. You done came out of retirement. You didn't sign the paperwork, and then you gonna backdoor and be like, nah, it's an exhibition, knowing that that's not what they agreed to and what they want to do. So I don't know if Floyd is serious. I don't know if this is serious or what. SBG Mello say he a boxing fan. I feel you, SBG Mello. But how do you think the first fight between Manny and Floyd wasn't even all that exciting? It was like a super chess match. You know what I'm saying? It was a super chess match. So can you imagine them fighting at 50? Can you imagine them fighting at 50? We got Key with the T in the building, waiting for the ladies to get up here so we can get started with the topics tonight. Gil Cole say, I just watched 2 meth heads fight yesterday. I'm watching Floyd versus Manny. Wow. That's crazy work. What do y'all think about Nahir Albright? Let's see what Nahir Albright talking about versus... Now, apparently Nahir Albright, we got Key with the T in the building on the panel. What's going on, Key with the T?
Hey queen. Go ahead, girl. Make sure I subscribe to my girl's channel. Let me hear what he about to say.
So this is what I wanted to say before we got into the video with Nahir Albright. Now, what do y'all think about Keyshawn Davis rematching Nahir Albright? We heard about Nahir Albright as a possible opponent, like I would say months ago, before Keyshawn started running around on his call out people I know I'm not gonna fight tour. And me personally, back then when I first heard it, I was like, I can't necessarily say I want to see Keyshawn and Nahir Albright fight again. He already beat Nahir Albright. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's like, oh, he went in his locker room. They need to fight again. I'm like, I mean, I guess if they make the fight, but I think it's a little disappointing, for lack of a better word, because I think Keyshawn has set the expectations so high for himself of who he is as a fighter, even though he only got 15 fights, his skill level, and the type of opponents that the expectation of opponents that he's put on people that he's gonna fight, and then he fights Nahir Albright. And it's kind of like the same thing Shakur Stevenson does when he's with I'm gonna knock you out, I'm gonna do this, and then he gets in the ring and he doesn't do that, and it's just like you set this expectation for your own self. Nobody put the expectation on Keyshawn to go out and be calling out Tank and be calling out Devin Haney and all these people you're not about to fight, only to turn around just to only fight in here Albright. So I guess it's a decent fight. It was an okay fight the first time, but I think Keyshawn clearly won that fight. He just happened to get it overturned because he was smoking. But let's see what Albright has to say.
Smoothie, it's
Okay.
almost like a milkshake, right? I mean, water ice, right?
It's almost like a milkshake. Look, mine is like
Yes,
melting.
sir.
Mine is melting. You see
Oh,
mine
yeah.
melting? It's like chocolate. Feels like
It's good, y'all.
butter.
Yeah, I know
Looks
y'all.
like
I know
water.
y'all see the news. Yeah, part 2. Yep, part 2. Coming to you May 16th.
This is what some girls do. Some girls be doing this on their balcony.
It's going down. We're going back to Virginia with it. I told him I'll fight you any place, anywhere. I'll go to your city. I'm fighting him in the city.
Daddy, this is what some girls do. This is what some girls do.
With all the bullshit.
Daddy, this is what some girls do.
Stop. Don't do that.
Some girls be
What is she doing?
like,
Boxing group chat. What kind
She
of
having a
boxing
whole
group chat?
conversation.
Nah, I'm going to their city to make a point. I'm doing it in front of his family, his city.
I'm mopping the
What are
floor.
you talking big boy noise?
I'm mopping, Daddy. I'm mopping, Daddy.
Against all odds.
Where's she going? She off
That's
from
what made
work?
it fun.
I'm gonna throw this off the balcony. I'm gonna throw this off the balcony.
Girl, go sit down.
What's up, Outlaw? What's up, bro? I need my Philly people with me, man. We going back to VA.
Daddy, do
But
you
nah,
want
it's about to
me
be lit though.
to throw this down there, Daddy? Do you want me to throw this down there? Do you want me to throw that down there? All the way down there?
Don't do that. Where
There's
you
some
going?
more.
No, you can have it. I need you to drink it. It's your
See this
vitamins.
thing right there?
No.
Dad, do you want me to throw?
All right, I can't. That's enough.
On the Frank fight,
Daddy.
on the shape, I'm ready
Daddy,
for sure.
Daddy, Daddy. Do you
He said he
want
never
me
left
to-
the gym
Yeah,
after
I'm
the
about to
Frank
start
fight.
working on the mouthpiece right now.
Daddy, do you want me to throw this off the balcony?
Nah, we're gonna get him this time.
Daddy, Dad, do you want me to?
What you
Alright.
think, 2 cents?
I mean, I think, hey, Nahir Albright ain't no slouch. I think it'll be a good fight. I think Keyshawn's still gonna beat him. I think it's gonna be a good competitive fight though. He's fought Keyshawn before, so he probably kind of knows what to expect, and he's gonna prepare for that as best as he can. And we're gonna see if Keyshawn just gonna be able to overcome and do it, beat him like he did last time. Nah, I hear a lot of static. What y'all
What
think?
about now? Okay.
I can hear you now.
I got Keyshawn stopping him this time.
You got Keyshawn stopping him?
Yeah, I think he stops him later on, like 8th, 9th round.
But in the later rounds is when Albright started getting to Keyshawn.
I think Keyshawn, this is a different one, because remember they jumped him. He got in trouble for jumping old boy, and Nahir beat up his brother. I think it's a different type of hate right now. No lie.
We'll see, man. We'll see. Albright had a pretty decent performance against Frank Martin, so we'll see how he gonna look against Keyshawn Davis.
But that's the thing I like about Nahir. Like, he's one of them fighters you can't ever just write off. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's gonna be. Nahir's a really good gate. Do you think he's a gatekeeper? Because I kind of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it just seems like who was backing to here, like he just don't have the right backing to get to where he need to be.
That is true. Um, who do you have? Who do you have in this fight?
I think he's trying to pull it off.
Do you think that him and Frank Martin needs to be fighting again?
Was it a draw? Did they have a draw?
I think so.
They could fight again. That'll be a decent fight. I think Frank should fight Keyshawn. I think Frank and Keyshawn should fight. I think that'll be a really, really good fight.
Frank versus Keyshawn. Frank versus Keyshawn. Frank versus. I'm trying to visualize the. You know what? That would be a fun build up. That build up will be super fun. I can't even lie about that one. That fight build up will go insane. And that would actually be a successful fight.
Mm,
But I think didn't Keyshawn tell Frank that he has to get a belt or something?
I don't know because Keyshawn don't care about belts.
I could have sworn he told Frank
Yeah,
Martin to get a belt.
Keyshawn don't care about belts no
Maybe
more.
I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping.
Why is everybody so obsessed with Gucci Man? Like it seemed like just all of a sudden everybody started talking about Gucci Man and whatever was going on with him and Pooh Shiesty.
What are you talking? Wait, what happened?
I don't know, something about Gucci Mane and him robbing Pooh Shiesty and making him release him out his contract, and people think Gucci
I
Mane
keep
snitched.
seeing that.
All
So
over
is that
the-
true?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I haven't really looked too much into it, but I just keep seeing it everywhere. I keep hearing everybody talking about it.
Now why he robbed that man like that?
He made him get him out his contract.
Didn't Pooh Shiesty just get out of jail?
He's just it looked like he about to go right back.
So he might got a man up enough.
He might got a man up in there. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because everybody I know that ain't got out that ain't done fair time or state time, they never do nothing to go back. Especially immediately.
I guess that's a good point, right?
That is horrible. That is
Armed robbery at that.
and it's ghetto. You're gonna rob your boss? Wow. Just imagine
It's the
if
music.
everybody started robbing their bosses.
It's the music business, kid. You know how ruthless they get.
Yeah.
You seen how Puffy was acting.
You're so. Oh, you know what? What about Shakur versus
Speaking of Shakur, I'm glad you
Frank
mentioned.
Martin?
I think that'll be an okay fight.
When I said that Keyshawn versus Frank could be successful, you didn't say nothing. Do you think it would?
Fight. Hold on.
Okay.
Turn that off.
Hey, Dondrick. Hey, Mello. I'm not ever going back again. Good. Hey, Curtis. Hey, Crucial. Um, make sure I got everybody. Hey, Randall. Good to see y'all. I got Frank over Shakur. I think Frank might be a little too slow.
I mean, I think Shakur beats Frank, but I think it'll be a good fight.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a decent fight.
Yeah.
What I wanted to look up. Hold on.
How do y'all think that do y'all think that because they said it was what, May 16th? Who should they have on that undercard?
For who?
Top rank fight. Keyshawn versus
Oh, all right. I don't know. I don't know who they're gonna have on the undercard.
I'm gonna have to look at because I feel like we got so many fights coming up. Everybody busy. Did you
Louis?
guys see? Yeah. Did you guys see the mashup that PBC did with the Tim Zoo fight?
What's the mashup?
They put hints up in there about Spence. Earl Spence. It was today. I gotta find it for you. But
What?
yeah, so it looked like if Tim Zoo beat up old boy, we will see the return of Earl Spence, y'all. Lord, I pray, or please, Tim Zoo win this fight. Please.
And why Tim Zoo get a tune up? Why Earl never take no tune up, bro?
I don't know, and that's what's hurting him. This gonna be the second time he do that.
Like he don't ever learn.
Now imagine Spence get beat up by Tim Zoo. What they gonna say?
But he should have never been back in the ring. It ain't gonna take nothing away from him as a fighter because everybody know what's up.
No, they're gonna say that Bud retired him. Bud did damage. That's what they're gonna say. You already
I'm
know.
gonna say Boots retired Bud. How about that?
Oh Lord, come on, now, 2
Boots
cents.
ran Bud out of boxing. He ran him out the 54 division, then he ran him up out of boxing. How about that, kid?
Hey, but I'm just saying. That's why. Okay, so if Earl was to come back, was to take a tune-up with who? Like, let's keep it 105 with who?
He could have
Hey,
found any of
Dean.
them dudes if anybody. He could have found anybody to take a tune up with, key. He could have.
Charles Conwell.
Yeah. I'm sure he could have found the tune up. Like that wouldn't have been hard to do at all, I promise you.
But Earl said he
But
don't.
Tim Zoo might be a tune up. Tim Zoo might be a tune up while we sitting here talking.
I'm nervous, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'm nervous. Hey, Mr. Greg.
I heard you reading this article earlier. Maybe you can kind of recap that for the two centers. But have you seen this tweet from Turkey?
Yes, read that to them, because Turkey trying to talk his big one. Read that to them, girl.
Hey, so somebody tweeted at Turkey and was like, Turkey has been busy with other stuff, losing interest in boxing. The momentum from last year has been absent. So Turkey come back and says, yes, I am very busy with other stuff. Thank God my country is safe and we are happy even when we are close to war. Thank you for asking. Missile and drones coming to my country each day. And to prove your point that I am too busy and not interested in boxing anymore, we just did Shakur Teo, the biggest fight in MSG history. Like, I don't know who's really going to believe Shakur and Teo is the biggest fight in anybody's history anywhere. Garcia Barrios in Vegas, one of the biggest fights this year. Next week, I will be in London for the legend Tyson Fury versus Mahamadov at Tottenham Stadium and have Usyk Rico heavyweight title fight at the Pyramids. And that's just the first half of 2026. So he naming all that stuff like that's just some big fights. Like, did any of those fights like do anything?
No.
The fights y'all want to see, Turkey put on the fights they want to see. 2
cents. If you look at that card that they just released for the Usyk card and at the Pyramids, I swear to God, you're only gonna know maybe 1 or 2 fighters in there. Like the rest is like who?
Hey, Turkey putting on the fights people want to see. He says we are finalizing Canelo in Riyadh season for September. Now, Key, I don't know if you was here for the Sunday review show, but when I looked up the news, they had a article about Canelo working with Turkey trying to finalize a deal to fight Terrence Crawford in September. So I don't know how true that is. I'm looking at Terrence Crawford. He don't really look like he's working out and getting ready for no fight, but who knows? So it says that we are finalizing Canelo and Riyadh season for September, planning to do 2 fights for Joshua, another for Tyson, and another for Garcia in the second half. This is my schedule this year when I am busy and not interesting. Imagine if I am not. So I didn't hear him mention Devin or Shakur for the second half, but I did hear him mention Ryan Garcia and Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Key, what's your 2 cents on that? What you think about that? And let's kind of tie that into what's going on with the negotiations with DHP and PBC and them not being able to get any money to back a guarantee for Devin Haney. Oh, hold on. Let me get some super chats. Shout out to Curtis Robinson in the super chat with the $2. He say just some color in the chat, Queen. Blessings. Shout out Curtis Robinson. Shout out Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says he back in lockup with his father and the 8 ninjas who robbed Gucci, and it was on film. Shout out Mr. Greg. Why would they do it on? Did they film themselves doing it?
Film themselves doing what?
Robbing Gucci.
But okay, but isn't Pooh Shiesty, isn't he out though?
Yeah,
No?
he out. Now he about to be back in, he back in now, Key, for
But
robbing Gucci.
I thought he put out a video today talking about it. No?
Oh, well, maybe he got released.
Did he get released, y'all?
Maybe he got released on bail or bond or something.
What is the Pooh Shiesty song? I'm just
Back in Blood.
back in black. I know he got that song with Dirt, but I don't sing it too
Sing it
much.
Back in Blood. That's Pooh Shiesty.
Uh, but I don't sing that song. I don't listen to it like that.
But anyway, so what do you think about what Turkey said about this Key and how he didn't mention,
First
any
of
of the
all,
because first of all, Key, what happened to the 3-fight $12 million deal that Turkey and Haney had? He should have one more fight, correct, left on that deal. But what do you go ahead, Key? What you
yeah.
think?
Um, first of all, first of all, I don't hear anybody looking like saying or screaming, you know who we need to see? Anthony Joshua or definitely Fury. And I think that's what they're trying to set up is that AJ and Fury fight, which would be a big fight overseas. Of course, we know what's his name can't come to America, right? But so I think that's what he's trying to set up. As far as Bud and Canelo go, part two. I thought that Bud said that he was retired, and I was under the impression that in Billy turned down all those fights from Munguia to I think the rematch for Lester Martinez, and it was somebody else he turned down as well to fight Canelo. I was under that impression. I didn't hear Bud. I thought it was in Billy. And then as far as not hearing Devin and Shakur, I wouldn't be surprised, Queen, if because Shakur is injured again. I think he's getting his wrist together. But I wouldn't be surprised if they are back on the undercard. And the main event would be Devin versus Ryan. Because that's really, out of all the fights that he named in that post, there's 2 fights, three, that's going to be lucrative. And that's Devin versus Ryan, um, Tyson Fury versus AJ, and whoever Canelo fight. Because y'all know how Canelo fans coming behind him. So that's how I feel about that portion. What do you think about what I said before I get into DHP and 12 milli? A milli, a milli, a milli.
I guess the Ryan fight could be Devin. His opponent could be Devin, maybe, possibly. But it just doesn't seem like they're really in a rush to kind of want that fight right now. I remember Rolly saying in the interview that Devin and Ryan were supposed to fight no matter what after him and Rolly fought. So that's kind of why Rolly was like, "No, he need to fight Ryan. He need to fight Ryan. Why you calling me? You need to fight Ryan. You need to fight Ryan." So I don't know. I don't know what is really going on with Devin. Because I mean, like, who he gonna fight? Like, I was asking before when he was saying everybody was ducking him, who is he gonna fight then? And now, since he's ducking, who is he gonna fight? Like, I'm just so confused. Like, who is there for Devin to fight?
I mean, the only fight, and I always agree when Juke say this, the only fight that makes sense for Devin is Ryan. That's it. To be totally honest with you. The rest is kind of like okay. Um, to garner that much of a payday, if the 12 million is real, Ryan Garcia. That's an instant. That's an easy fight, easy sellout.
Well, the 12 million
Not fight,
clearly
but
is not
sellout.
real. It's not real. Otherwise, because Turkey paid for the Barrios Ryan fight, why he not paying for the Devin Rowley fight?
Okay, so let's talk about that because I can't believe that we are here. First of all, I I blame Turkey. I blame Turkey because if these people wasn't so focused on trying to get their money and that was above their market value, their true worth, then we would not be here right now. I blame Turkey 2 cents. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel
I
like Turkey
definitely
is to
blame
blame.
Turkey.
But I do understand though, because it's the fighter's responsibility, um, to say yes and say no to these deals and everything else. But this separates, see, this is a grown man game. And this to me, what Bill Haney them just did, separates the boys from the man. You feel me? And I'm not, this is no disrespect to Bill and them, but when it come to big boy business like this, it's either you gonna get in, do what you gotta do, or you gonna fold. How you expecting like all these stipulations and everything for your son? And I get it, you're going to try to negotiate as A1 for your son. I understand that. I'm not I'm not dismissing that at all. But if like, let's not act like Devin Haney is new to the PBC. You feel me? Like, let's stop
That's what I'm
acting
saying.
like
You knew how they
they
get these
don't
people
know
coming over there, and it's like
what's exactly what's going on. They knew what was going on, and look at what. And now all of a sudden they're shocked. No, you can't do that. Like, if you're gonna get that deal, if you're gonna try to negotiate, but let it be in good faith. To be honest with you, from everything that continues to come out that Bill says and that Devin continued to type, it appears that low key they had no intention on fighting Rolly for real.
let's hear what Bill had to say, Key. Let me pull it up. Let's hear what Bill had to say. Let me see if I can find it. Damn, I might not have sent it to. All right.
Lord,
So
as soon as we start talking about Devin, he go box hacker.
let me pull. I can't find what Bill had to say. Give me a second.
Hey, hey, Steven. Um, hey, Patrick. Good to see you. T Hill in the building. Um, Let me see. Make sure I got everybody. Well, they go to court on the 6th. Who? Oh yeah, Devin them. To be honest with you, that's the excuse I would have used, y'all. Devin going to court. Well, you know what I'm saying? Once we done with this, then we'll holler at y'all, Sort of.
Hey, y'all be sure to push that like and subscribe button. I need 100 likes. I need 100 likes before I get off the live today. Everybody tell me they love Ladies Night. They love the show. I need 100 likes by the time I get off of here tonight.
But they really should have, right, 2 cents?
hmm
They could have just used that. I
Somebody say
don't know.
today I've discovered Devin Haney should sign a co-promotion deal with Jake Paul MVP to have the guaranteed purse roadblock resolved in order to stay active and still unify with Rolly Romero. Big purses, Netflix, and legacy all covered. But how do you know MVP wants to offer Devin a fight?
Wait, they said, wait, they did offer that? Is that what they're saying that they did offer?
No, they saying that's what he should do. Try to sign with MVP.
What would what would Devin bring
That's what I'm
to
saying.
MVP?
How do you know they want to sign him?
Okay. Mm, if that's the case, he should just stay with Eddie.
Eddie, how you know Eddie want to still work with him?
Well, Eddie lost his son, Connor Ben.
Yeah,
So
but ain't
maybe
gonna be
maybe
no.
Devin can replace him.
Heck no, they already don't. He already don't fool with Devin them like that. So let me show you what. Let me show you what Eddie Hearn had to say. Give me a second. Let me pull this up. I need somebody to like produce and put videos and stuff up.
Absolutely no obligation to bid. He's a free. Disappointed with the tweet, really. I mean, we have absolutely no obligation to bid. He's a free agent. You know, a lot of these fighters like to champion the fact that they're free agents, and they all have their own promotional company. DHP didn't bid. They didn't bid because they didn't want to take a financial risk on the fight. What? So you won't, but yet I have to, even when you're not under contract to me, or you're not. I'm not obliged to. It doesn't really work like that. Was I going to bid for it? Maybe, yeah. But then when I spoke to the zone, I said, guys, this is the schedule, the plan we have for the year. Do you want to stick money in to do Devin Haney against Sandor Martin? In all honesty, the answer was not really, no. And so, you know, I still think it's a fight that he should think about taking. But let's be honest, it ain't going to be the greatest fight in the world to watch. And unfortunately, we have to run a business here. And I'm not interested in losing a load of money to a fighter that I don't have a contractual obligation to, who also has his own promotional company.
So doesn't that sound like kind of like the same problem he's having now, or do you just think PBC broke?
Ooh.
I'm gonna
Eddie
run it back.
kinda,
I'm gonna run it back one more time, Key, because I feel like this.
yeah.
Let me run it
Ooh.
back. Hey, 2 centers, listen, y'all punch that like and
So is this
subscribe button. We over here at 2 Cents Boxing, where everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and we talk everything boxing, and we're gonna give you a different perspective over here. We're gonna throw some facts in it, some sources, some footage, just to get you to maybe see things a little bit differently and have a better understanding. Let's replay what Eddie
two
heard.
cents? Is this what so this is what Bob went through. Okay. Okay.
Right. You
Go
see
ahead.
what's happening? One
Yeah,
more
I see
time.
it.
Disappointed with the tweet, really. I mean, we have absolutely no obligation to bid. He's a free agent. You know, a lot of these fighters like to champion the fact that they're free agents, and they all have their own promotional company. DHP didn't bid. They didn't bid because they didn't want to take a financial risk on the fight. What? So you won't, but yet I have to, even when you're not under contract to me, or you're not. I'm not obliged to. It doesn't really work like that. Was I going to bid for it? Maybe, yeah. But then when I spoke to the zone, I said, guys, this is the schedule, the plan we have for the year. Do you want to stick money in to do Devin Haney against Sandor Martin? In all honesty, the answer was not really, no. And so, you know, I still think it's a fight that he should think about taking. But let's be honest, it ain't going to be the greatest fight in the world to watch. And unfortunately, we have to run a business here. And I'm not interested in losing a load of money to a fighter that I don't have a contractual obligation to, who also has his own promotional company.
So, Key, what's your 2 cents? What do you think of me hearing that? And this was a couple years ago, I believe, when he dropped the belt because he didn't want to fight Sandor Martin, even though Devin Haney don't duck no smoke. What is your 2 cents about like hearing that complaint from Eddie Hearn a couple of years ago? And I'm trying to find. I really want to find what Bill Haney said about the fight. What do you think about that, Key?
Well, hey D Free.
Let me play it real quick. I got it right here, Key. Let me play it real quick.
Who is this? Bill?
Yeah, this is Bill. Him explaining what's going on.
Oh, go ahead, Bill. What they Bill gonna do is get in front of it.
What he's gonna do is Bill. He gonna misinform and mislead. Let me find it. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear.
Rody doesn't have any privy, or he doesn't know anything about those negotiations. From what it takes to have the site, fee, the sponsorships, everything that'll go into making the show possible for the guys to get the money. That's normally the talk of us, DHP, me, and the other promoters and companies that we've worked with in the past. What Turki Al-Sheikh has done is he's come in and given us the ability to have guaranteed fights without having to worry about any of the logistics, any of the pay-per-views, sponsorships, how many seats you're going to sell, so on and so forth. The overall budget to the fight. So when you talk about doing a fight without Turki, well, then it takes what me and you talked about was, what's that word that you use? Projections. We talked about what the projections, because that's the only thing that you can do, and then come to an understanding of what our projections is, what their projections is, and then an agreement. And we couldn't come to an agreement based on that, and as of now. But I don't disregard that we can come up with something later on, but right now we couldn't come to a resolution that I was comfortable with giving it to Devin and saying that I believe in it, that it's a good move. And for that, I spent as much time as I could on it, and Devin ultimately made the decision as the boss that he is and saying, this just ain't gonna work out. We're gonna have to explore some other options.
Right. Okay, so Keith, what did you get from that portion of Bill Haney's interview?
I mean, honestly, it's what Eddie said, but in the reverse.
What you mean by that?
Eddie, okay, so
shout out to Patrick Bell showing support to the channel with the $5 in the super chat. He says just a little love for the women panel. Shout out to Patrick Bell. I'll push that like and subscribe button. This is a high IQ channel where we like to have high IQ boxing conversations, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion over here. It's not an echo chamber. I don't block people for their opinion. I don't mute people for their opinion. I don't time people out the chat for their opinion. But you will get blocked and time out if you show any type of disrespect to me or any of my panelists. Be sure to punch the like and subscribe button, support the channel, hit the Cash App $ 2 cents boxing, or let me know and drop it below your 2 cents in the super chat, just like Patrick Bell just did with the $5. Again, shout out to Patrick Bell. Yeah. Key?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I thought it was another one.
Oh, no, that's it. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay, so you know how Eddie went on his tirade and said basically, like you guys are not trying to put no money up to do everything, but it's being relied on me to do so. And did nobody want to bet on that fight? So Bill is taking it from the perspective of, yes, we need y'all to put on X, Y, and Z, and do these things so that we can put on this fight and be the beneficiaries as well. And it's basically they're saying the same thing, but in reverse. Bill is coming from hey, we need this. This is our, like we need the money to start fight. And Eddie is coming from the promotional side, the owner side. Like, look, it ain't no money in it. And so my question is, to be honest with you, do they believe in themselves that they could generate something like that? You know?
Well, I think another narrative that like maybe we should kind of like dig into that brings me questions is the narrative. You remember how they were saying even though Devin is on Ryan's undercard, that Devin was getting paid more money because DHP was getting paid, and then Devin gets paid from DHP.
Yes, yes, I do remember that.
But
Hmm.
again, wouldn't that be considered kind of like welfare because you just getting a fee and you're not putting up any type of money. You're not taking any risk. You're not putting up anything. And when you think about business, that's not how business works. So if you're looking for somebody to essentially write you just write your promotional company a welfare check,
Like a
and
check, a blank check.
put on the whole, pay for the, you know what I'm saying, pay for the production, pay for the this, pay for the that, and then you still want to split 50, you want to guarantee, don't put nothing up, and still want to split 50% of the revenue.
Exactly. And so what they were, okay,
Well,
it
hold on,
was like,
let me finish this,
okay, okay.
because it's more. Wait, there's more.
Right. So basically, what I hashed, like I'm not quoting everything you said, but basically, you said that PBC was not offering a guarantee that y'all were gonna split 50 DHP and PBC of the pay-per-view and the gate revenue after they recouped, meaning after they paid off their costs and expenses. That correct?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And when you have a network in the zone that has a guarantee, or you have Turkey, or you have something in that case as a guarantee, well, then you have something to look to as an addition to everything else. And without a guarantee from Amazon or Prime or any of that, then that made it even more challenging on our part to come up to an agreement.
Right. And you said you requested a guarantee, but they declined?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. In every deal, there should be some type of guarantee from somebody that they're participating, and it's a part of the revenue stream. That's not to say that maybe this particular fight with Rolly is not getting what I would like it to get, the fight that I like it to be. You see what I mean? Because you don't have Turkey, or you don't have anyone standing up and raising their hand about it. So it's something that, like I say, we have to revisit at another date and time. When we have someone that's interested, just bringing some money to the table to make it less challenging, or we go back to the drawing board and try to draw up something that can make it make sense.
Is this the fight that? Would they? I guess it's, well. You were basically, quote unquote, crossing the street, even though y'all kind of move wherever y'all want to go. But is this a fight that Turkey could have? Is this a fight that Turkey can take on so that y'all don't have to worry about all of that?
Oh, absolutely. That would be something that would be on the table for both teams to look at. And if history has it, the way that Turkey has been doing this, it's always something good. Hold on one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm trying to figure out. Turkey didn't have no problem with the Ryan and Rolly fight. So what's up with the Devin and Rolly fight? And Turkey didn't even, Rolly had his complaints about how they
Or the Shakur and Tio fight, because remember that was both Riyadh and PBC.
Yeah, or the Shakur Tio fight. So what you think about that? Okay, when I say in the title, Bill Haney tells all on Duck and Rolly, that's what I meant. That little clip right there. 2 cents in the chat. Let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. What do y'all think about what Bill just said in that clip? And I want you to keep in mind what Eddie Hearn said in the previous clip that I played. If you need me to replay the clips, type replay in the chat and I'll run them both back for you. Key with the T. What's your 2 cents? What you got?
Well, salute to the beautiful Queen Jupe. Jupe in the
Jupe.
building. Okay, so you want me to be? I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm gonna just keep it
Keep it
105. I always keep it
105,
real,
Key.
but I'm gonna keep it 105. I'm gonna keep it 105. I got Devin them ducking this fight. I do.
Uh-oh.
Because I'm going off of, you know how just a few weeks ago we had all this stuff about the WBC is a monster, because they want you to pay these sanctioning fees and, you know, for the belt, or pay these belt fees and da da da. But they came out, Mauricio Suleiman came out and said, wait a minute, we had a discussion before you fought though. You knew what it was. Y'all all be knowing what it was, but then when we come and try to collect, it's a problem. I feel
Right.
like we're at this. Like Devin them, they're not new to the PBC. We're not talking about Emiliano Vargas. We're not talking about prospects. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about vets here. Bill and them, all of them know. All of them know. Remember when Bill literally said when they were going back and forth with that whole Tank situation that he know Al Heyman? Like they all know each other. They all know each other. And they've all done business with each other in some type of capacity. So all of this, you know, we didn't know about the guarantee, and then that's a lie. Like, that's why that's my first reason why he ducked. Number two, he had Devin them ducked this fight for the simple fact that if you have, that's like me saying, my nonprofit, right? I'm going to I run a nonprofit. Let's say it make $25,000 for the year, right? But I want to go against the Goodwill. That's a multi-million-dollar corporation, and I want them to finance me and fund me to, you know what I'm saying, put me on as a sponsorship or something like that. So they're gonna ask for my you know what I'm saying, my numbers, and say, okay, you know, what is your business doing? And I try to hide it and say, oh, you know, we make X, Y, and Z, but real deal, we make 25,000. You feel me? Like you already not negotiating in good faith, and you not taking your market value of what you are, because they don't give a damn about what Turkey said. And if they're already putting up the money, like I can understand if PBC like, man, y'all got to help us pay for Rolly purse too. Rolly stuff is already good. You feel me? So you only covering for your stuff and getting your stuff in line. What's wrong with that? And so
Shout out to,
I'm gonna
hold on, let
let
me
you
get this
go.
cash out. Shout out to Feeling Real Cool with the $5 in the cash app. Shout out to Feeling Real Cool supporting the channel. Feeling Real Cool. Thank you for the $5 cash app. Thank you for supporting the channel. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. I'm about to get a like check. Let me get a like check before I have to sing that Clarissa Shields song to y'all. So I wrote this. Y'all better hit that like button. Jupe in the building. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the topic at hand? I don't know if you was here, Jupe, but I played a video from a couple years ago with Eddie Hearn. Let me know if you need me to replay it, because we're comparing what Eddie Hearn said years ago to the situation that Bill and Devin are dealing with now. And I just played a clip of Bill laying out and explaining exactly why they ducked Devin Haney.
Okay. Hey y'all, how y'all doing, ladies?
What up?
What up? I heard when I came in, I heard the clip of Bill. I may remember the one with Eddie. Which one was it? Was it the one he was explaining, like was it had to do with that purse bid stuff? Which one was
Yes.
it? I probably remember if you mentioned it.
I'm gonna play it again for you. Don't
Okay.
worry. I'm gonna pop it up. How many likes I got, y'all? Let me get the like check.
Yeah, my bad. I'm late. I don't know why I thought you started at 9. I don't know what I was thinking.
I be starting at 8:39. It be varying.
Oh, okay.
It be varying. It's my schedule a little different because you know it's Good Friday, so.
Oh yeah, that changes things. Yeah.
These fighters like to champion the fact that they're free agents, and they are disappointed with the tweet. Really, I mean, we have absolutely no obligation to bid. He's a free agent. You know, a lot of these fighters like to champion the fact that they're free agents, and they all have their own promotional company. DHP didn't bid. They didn't bid because they didn't want to take a financial risk on the fight. What? So you won't, but yet I have to, even when you're not under contract to me, or I'm not obliged to. It doesn't really work like that. Was I going to bid for it? Maybe, yeah. But then when I spoke to the zone, I said, guys, this is the schedule, the plan we have for the year. Do you want to stick money in to do Devin Haney against Sandor Martin? In all honesty, the answer was not really, no. And so, I still think it's a fight that he should think about taking. But let's be honest, it ain't going to be the greatest fight in the world to watch. And unfortunately, we have to run a business here. And I'm not interested in losing a load of money to a fighter that I don't have a contractual obligation to, who also has his own promotional company.
Ooh, yeah, I remember that one. So this is what I think, and I like a lot what Keith said. Pretty much, I try to avoid calling people ducks, right? Like I don't use it often, but unfortunately, because.
But this is like a textbook duck. You can't get no more textbook.
Yes, I will say this. You're right, and you know what, Devin? We've watched Devin call people ducks. Devin, his father, fan base, call people ducks for
way less,
the most minuscule of reasons, right? Like, hey, I wrote your name down on this app in my phone, and you didn't reach out to me. You're a duck, like look at you, and you should have known that you should have sent me an offer. You're a duck, So because of that, he's been very liberal with the word, so I guess we can too. I think Eddie Hearn has a good point. I don't even like Eddie Hearn like that, but I do think he has a good point. At the end of the day, you can't be going around saying face of boxing, and then when an opportunity to show it comes to you, you want to say PBC's broken, they're the problem, and they're trying to lowball me. Right, because I don't understand lowballing. Like anytime you're if you're a person who's like, okay, I know I can sell on pay-per-view. How is someone lowballing you if you're getting the revenue off of your fight, and they just all they're asking for is to make back, the expenses, because they're not asking you to pay for anything, but they just saying, okay, out of this revenue, all the money we put in, we want to get our money back. Maybe they might get a little extra million off the top. I don't know, but they got to get paid too, right? So I don't see a problem in that, and that has worked. Every boxer, almost majority of them, who are big names, who are like getting revenue off their fights, they did the same. They did the same type of deal. Now, if you don't feel like you're that level, then yeah, you should just stay on undercards and just get guaranteed money the rest of your life. But you got to take a risk, and I think anytime there's an opportunity for them to take a risk, we see this. And so if you think about it, what Bob Allen has said, I don't remember when that clip that KO shows sometimes with Bill coming on his show and saying that he didn't like the TO fight because they wouldn't make any revenue until after 100,000 pay-per-view buys. Remember that?
I do. I remember that.
Okay. He said that we wouldn't make any revenue of 100 until we sold $100,000 pay-per-views. And KO was like, shoot face of boxing, right? I don't see a problem with that, right? So I just did the math, ladies, while I was getting ready to come up here and I was talking. I did the math. Okay, so let's say what Devin's saying is absolutely correct. Each person's promoter pays their upfront money, whatever upfront money, which I think they've done that before. Because I think when Ryan fought Tank, I'm pretty sure whatever upfront advance Golden Boy paid. Kind of like when Ryan fought Devin, they paid Ryan's upfront. They covered. Mm-hmm. So anywho, so let's say that. But again, so he's saying we have there's $6 million of expenses, and I make money after they recoup that. And that sounds horrible. What that amounts to in pay-per-view sales, $6 million, that amounts to $75,000 in pay-per-view sales. So actually, it's a better deal than what Top Rank gave you, because they said you don't make any money until after $100,000 pay-per-views. No, for them, they're saying it would be $75,000. Now, if you really think you're going to value yourself and you feel like, okay, I'm a star, so I did some more math. Let's say they end up doing 2,500,000 pay-per-views, 2,500,000, right? And again, these are the same people saying we're face of boxing. You do 250,000 pay-per-views. That amounts to $20 million. You subtract $6 million, that's $14 million. You and Rolly get $7 million. You mean to tell me that's not worth the risk? Or you don't believe that you can do that?
And they would sell the hell out of that fight. Rolly and them will sell that
Matter of
fight.
fact, Rolly was one of Tank's best selling fights because Rolly sells fights. So my thing is that I don't know if they can do that amount. I'm not. All I'm saying is that you would be splitting a pot of 14 million if you if you can just sell $250,000 pay-per-views. That's after they take off the 6 million, because it equals up to 20 million. You take off the 6, you got 14 left. That's 7 million, 7 million. And I don't care what nobody say. He's not making that right now. I don't care what nobody say. He's not making that right now. You're not about to convince me he is. No one making that type of money is freaked out about, oh my God, I need a advance. I need an upfront. People who do that are people who are coming from a different model where they're not relying on their own sales. So all I'm saying is that and it probably wasn't even, they probably could have negotiated the 6 million, say, okay, how about after 4 million? Maybe they could have negotiated that part. I don't know. But, at the end of the day, and if not, okay, then go on someone's undercard and then you ain't got to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? So I see what Eddie Hearn is saying about it. Like, and I think that is a very true thing. What the problem is that you have people who want to remain independent and I'm my own boss, which is fine, but it's a lot like the music industry. If you're an independent artist, you're an independent artist, which means you undertake a lot of upfront costs. The problem is that people want to tout themselves as independent and I'm my own man and I don't got to sign to nobody, and that's cool. But they don't want the responsibility that comes with that, meaning you have to cover your own guarantee sometimes. That's how it's supposed to work. And I think because we had a situation like with Bud, for example, he was an outlier, right? Because he complained about that, but you can't come in there like, hey, I want to negotiate. I'm the big boss. I'm the big boss. And then when it's time to talk about that money and bring up some upfront money, because they ain't asked you to cover the expenses. Just cover your own fight purse. It's a problem. But that's what you have to do when you don't have a backer. That's what it is. Independent artists, they have to spend a lot of money to get their music out there because they don't have a machine behind them. It's like they want to brag. I want to brag that I want to hop around, but I also want you to invest in me as if I did sign to you. They want their cake and eat it too. This is not how it works, and they're finding that out now. So I agree with that part. I think they could do 250. I think they could do 250 pay-per-views potentially. I don't know. Maybe he don't feel like can do 250,000 pay-per-views. You get 7 mil each. I don't see a problem. I mean, the math makes sense to me. It was better than what Bob gave you.
I mean, and I agree with everything that you said, like everything, but however, what I would add to that is, if they, if Devin and Rolly, even if they did 150 or just 200,000, 168K, which they have the potential to do on that fight, especially if they stack that undercard, there's nothing wrong with it. Or if they are the co-main, there's literally, essentially, there's nothing, you cannot lose on this fight. You see what I'm saying? Like it's only a win-win. You put it in a good location, which the PBC does not have bad location fights. I have not seen. Now Matchroom, yes, some of Eddie choices and Oscar choices to place fights in the recent past has been a little questionable, but I can't say that for the PBC. They pretty much East Coast, or you feel me, or in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Also, you have two talkers. They both gonna talk their stuff. This is gonna be marketed well. The only thing I would have said was, because the negotiations took so long and they were trying to make it a May fight, maybe push it back to June, July. You know what I'm saying? To give the marketing to really get the people going and interested in being able to purchase tickets right now. But I don't think that they would have lost out on this fight, y'all. Like, from my opinion, like, even if this was a um um not as big, they could have had it at the Madison Square Garden, like low key, like.
Yeah, but they could also have it in California.
Or I don't know. See, California. See, the thing is with California boxing market, the reason why Bud and them didn't do too well is I've had a couple people tell me that, and I've never been, so people from Cali, if this is wrong, definitely check me on it. But I've heard that in some of them stadiums, some of them places, the parking, like, it's not a sports friendly area where you're gonna have parking, Everything is right there. You could walk, you park,
I
you
meant
walk up
Vegas.
to
My
the
bad. I
venue.
meant Vegas because they both from Vegas. My bad.
Oh, yeah. No,
They
oh,
both
okay,
from
yes.
Vegas.
Vegas, yes, they could definitely do well. They could do well in New York.
But wasn't
They
it in
could.
Vegas and he got it changed? You remember he requested a venue change and everything.
Oh,
Who?
I mean, never mind. They can't do New York. I forgot. Damn.
Devin,
Right. Oh, that's
a
right.
Dylan
Because he in
Devin
trouble.
requested a venue change
Yeah, they do
because
in Vegas. They both from Vegas. I'm thinking like I don't get this. Like I don't understand why people don't want to eat what they kill. People don't want to. And I get it. I don't.
But why did
I
you
do
request
not,
a venue change if you wasn't finna take the fight? Like, why did you do all of that?
right. I think maybe they thought they could talk PBC into just covering their purse. And this is another thing I've been seeing. People saying, "Oh, but PBC is broke because they don't want to pay for anything." Okay, let me tell you something. Let's say someone's a millionaire, a multimillionaire, and I go into a shop and I see I don't know, a beaded bracelet that I think is cute. It's beaded. It's beaded, just a little beads, with a little string, but I think it's cute and I want to buy it because it just symbolizes something for me. But people might know I'm a multimillionaire. And so I want to buy it. And they say, oh, it's $1,000. But I know in any other situation it'd be $6. Am I broke because I refuse to give that to you? No, because I know the value of it is $6. That's literally what.
No, but any good business person will tell you, you don't put up all your money.
Right.
You get other people money, or you get the bank money.
Right. That's how rich people stay rich. Just because I have the money don't mean I'm gonna spend recklessly. And I don't mean to cheapen debit in that way. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, you're demanding things, and I think that over the floodgates with Bud, and I love Bud, but because Errol begged them to give him what he wanted, I think PBC learned from that. Like, not again. No, I'm not doing it again. Because it is not because what Errol lost, whatever. It's just the fact that you have to
bad business
because he made the money on the back end anyway. So covering like that, like Bud came to PBC and he wanted to be like his own promoter, his own person. He wanted to be the negotiator. Okay, but you can't do that and not put up no money. Like he's an exception. That's not going to be the rule, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that people are trying to use what he did, but that's not going to happen again. That was an outlier. And ain't no more Errol Spencers out here.
Right.
They're not playing that. They not gonna get. That's it. That was a one-time trick. It ain't gonna work.
Plus, they was able to make their money back.
Right.
But see, now we're seeing the difference.
Not as much as like Ryan fight did, and Ryan didn't even demand all that.
But now we're seeing the difference.
Demand stuff.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the difference between the pay models of a Top Rank versus a PBC, where they're going to upfront it, but look at how low their guaranteed purses are. Their purses are, 500,000. Most could be maybe 2 million. And I think that was Shakur a couple years ago. But look at how they're doing. You see what I'm saying? They get an allocated amount, and that's what they have to work off of, and they put on everything. Whereas PBC, they're like, look, we're gonna put up this, we're gonna put up that. You know what I'm saying? But here's the deal. This is how we doing everything. And I think Top Rank as well is the same model of if you I think Top Rank does have if you don't make 100,000 pay-per-views, what Jupe was saying, or 200,000, then you won't get no back end too. So we're really like learning how these pay structures and how their business models differ from one another. And it's kind of like pick your poison. That's why I've always said that Top Rank is good for prospects, because they don't have the back end, they don't have that machine. But Top Rank is gonna put you on though. You see what I'm saying? And Top Rank still does have a following, and they're going to make sure that you're seen, and you could build your career off of there. And then you could venture in with the big boys, with the other big boys of the promotional companies, PBC, or if you want to go to Matchroom or Queensberry and get your name out there with the bigger title fights.
I got a question for the panel. Shout out to Feeling Real Cool, showing more support with the channel with the $5 in the super chat. She says, how do y'all feel about Haney fans saying the reason Spence hasn't been back in the ring is because PBC didn't pay Spence on the back end? Shout out to Feeling Real Cool.
This is how I feel about it. That's not true. Spence,
Just make up
Spence,
anything.
Spence and Bud both walked away with over 20 million. And then afterwards, Spence showed, and you can go on his social media handles and see for yourself to those that saying that type of stuff. But Spence has a over 10-acre farm, and he is, I think, one of the very few black GUN business owners in the country, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, was that last year, a year and a half ago, he was venturing off into that. He owns cattle. He's basically a farmer. He's a rancher. And you could look at that from his pictures and everything on his social media. So, and that's not coming off of no 1.5 or 2 million. Spence, we know for a fact, both Spence and Bud walked away with over $20 million.
But this is the thing. I'm gonna play this video. I found another video with Eddie Hearn, but I'm gonna say this. This is my issue, right? Instead of just saying it ain't what I want to do, we walking away, they got to create all of these other narratives to make Devin a victim. And I don't understand like that part of it. Like, why y'all got to start making up stuff about Spence getting paid and all of this? Like, why do y'all have to do that? That has nothing to do with your current situation right now that you're dealing with, PBC. But here's another video of Eddie Hearn explaining his relationship with Devin and Bill.
We have no contractual obligation to Devin Haney. Just like he has a free agent and has been and is talking to other people, he will do what suits him, and we will do what suits us. If you don't pledge your loyalty to us, if we don't have an obligation to lose money on your fights, we're not going to be queuing up to do so. Do I want to lose $1 million on Devin Haney against Sandor Martin? No, thank you very much. I will do if I have a contractual obligation and you've pledged your loyalty towards me. Devin Haney also has Devin Haney Promotions, who, you know, it's all very nice having your logo on a backdrop, but are you prepared to stick your money and your balls on the line? The answer, as we saw, was no. So, nothing personal. I mean, I like Devin and I'll try and help him and I'll work with him where I can. But at the end of the day, I'm not just going to lose money on a show when you're not with me.
And this the same person y'all think is following Shakur Stevenson around for no reason, and that Shakur ain't signed to him. But that's another conversation. What do y'all think about that, Key and Drew?
When it comes to that comment about them saying Spence hasn't been back because he didn't get his back end money, I just think it's so crazy. That's so funny, because didn't Devin sue? Like after the Ryan fight, didn't they sue because he felt like he didn't recoup some I think on it was he didn't recoup something because there wasn't enough sales, and he tried to sue Golden Boy. Y'all remember?
Yeah. Oh yes.
But there wasn't enough sales because he didn't get the money.
And then we found out the real purses.
Right, we found out, because remember they were saying we made 35 million plus, and we found out they know their purse was very small, and they didn't make enough on the back end. And I remember Eddie Hearn saying that he was trying to temper expectations, because I think they had not their idea that fight would do what they were comparing it to, like they thought they could match or exceed what Tank and Ryan did, you know, and I think Eddie was trying to temper their responses, so that's what they think all this money gonna come in, and that kind of connects to what Bill was saying on KO's channel about how they don't show us how many pay-per-views that they believe that we sold more. You think all it did was this? You really think all it did was that? Yeah, I do, because no one was asking for that fight. Y'all sprung it on us. Fine, that's cool, but this just wasn't the build-up that Tank and Ryan was for a few years, you know. But anyway, I just think that that's really rich coming from them, and I just think that, you can't, people, they want the label of independence. They want the brag about independence, but independence means investing in yourself. You're taking the risk. They want to be independent with zero risk. And that's just there's no such thing. There's no such thing. And I think what's happening is that you have Turki come in, has been a saving grace, which I understand. Shoot, he giving out that dough. I ain't mad at it. But it comes at a cost, because now you're trying to go back into the regular market, right? And so the people some people complain about the 50-50. Now you're going back into the regular market, And yeah, you're gonna be 50-50 with Rolly because you have no pay-per-views within the last year or two to substantiate why, and why you would be a higher split. And also you were just on a undercard of Rolly. So that kind of it came at a cost. And that's the same thing I've been warning about for a year. I saw this coming, and so I'm not
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that till I'm blue in the face, and people say, I know what I'm talking about. I'm a Turkey hater, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, that free money, cool, but do you really think it's going to last forever? Do you think it's sustainable? And I actually think, and I didn't go, I'll rant about that later, but I honestly think that Devin, right now, he's making the wrong decision, wrong move by, he should just let Rolly talk. He's talking too much. And I think everything he's saying is just it's gonna hurt him in negotiations later. But I'll tell you why later about that.
Mm. And then too, to piggyback off of what Jupe was saying again, I agree with everything that she said. Hey, no more sleeping. I agree with everything that she said, but to add in, um, I think that is starting to become. I heard y'all talk about it. We touched on it last week, if I'm not mistaken, ladies, where we were saying that we're starting to see a pattern with Devin and DHP and how they move. With they fights is always something. And it's almost appearing like, okay, is this going to be a pattern moving forward if Turkey is his hands are tied, in which he has to make and has to move and shake and make bigger fights to recoup because of the financial bleeding that they're taking with this war. And remember, I just want to remind people, because a lot of people are saying, are equating the war to why, we might not be getting in, why things might be slowing up with Saudi Arabia and Riyadh and everything else. But, like Two Cents and Jupe and I have discussed within the past few months, we've been reading reports on financial issues that Turkey and them and Saudi Arabia and them have been having prior to this war even occurring. We were reading about investors pulling out of deals and money being missing and all this other stuff. And so now that it appears that things are starting to slow up a bit, even no matter what Turkey says, it is, the presence that Turkey had last year, and I get it, they're at war and everything, but it's no mistake that they're teaming up and doing more co-promotional events and stuff with other promoters. This is no coincidence. You know what I'm saying? The writing has been on the wall from some time now. And so now moving forward, when it comes to fighters like Devin and others that have relied on Turkey to inflate, because that's basically what we're talking about. We're talking about inflation of numbers here. And whether it's their inflation of their market value, inflation of their purses, it's an increased number that is built off of what basically imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like they're throwing and giving these guys and women this stuff, and it's like, but it's not really their true core number of what they should be commanding, or their commanding number, right? And so now moving forward, how is this going to be with them in other fights, in various other fights? Is it going to be more discussions about, well, we don't like this number, we don't like this purse, um, we want you to do X, Y, and Z? Will they become, more difficult to work with? Because from what they said last a couple weeks ago, the deal was good. You know what I'm saying? They're still going through negotiations. We heard that it was the location that they were negotiating and everything else, right? It had nothing to do with numbers or them not being satisfied with what they would be held responsible for. And now all of a sudden, we're getting hit with all of this, and it appears that that side is not trying to take accountability and responsibility for not only what they have managed to do within the past couple years with fighting over there, but also not really, if you're a promoter, live up to that name if you're trying to promote yourself. And so now moving forward, what they gonna do? Because Eddie Hearn ain't finna give you everything that you looking for. I mean, we just heard the video. And I don't think that Devin been around Eddie Hearn them since like that. As far as on some true business. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Has Eddie put up another fight after that? I because with that Ryan Garcia fight, Eddie said he ain't had nothing to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So, like, what's gonna move forward? What happens when Turkey continues to invest more into Zuffa? Y'all gonna go to Zuffa? You sure you want to do that? You know, like, what's going on? Are y'all gonna burn bridges? Like, I'm very concerned, basically, about DHP and other fighters that might have to run into this. You know what I'm saying? And again, like Jupe said, like, everybody trying to take this Bud Crawford route, and you not Bud Crawford. It was easy. It was there for Bud Crawford to take with Sue and Bob Arum, with, you know what I'm saying, going over there, going back and forth with PBC, and he had a willing fighter to, you know what I'm saying, to give him everything that he wanted. You know what I'm saying? Made concessions to that, whereas other fighters wouldn't have done all of that. You feel me? So what's gonna happen moving forward? I'm very curious to see that.
No, definitely. And that's why I kept saying, you know, and I'm not mad at Bud. Like, hey, it is what it is. That's something that I think Spence is such a. That's why I will always respect him. I know he did what he did to make that fight happen, and he asked his team to do something that was ill-advised to them financially. But in the day, they did make a profit. Did they make the profit they could have made? Could they spend more than they could? Did they spend more than they should have? Probably, right? But it is what it is. Sometimes it is what it is. But again, not only I think they learned from that, and all of that, they don't have those type of fight. Like Spence was like that was an outlier. And I think I was talking to who was I think it was drinking water. I was in the chat the other night talking to him. He's like, "Oh, but it's happened." And I said, "Yeah, but don't ever mistake the exception for the rule. Like Tank ain't going. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going. you Spence was thirsty for them belts. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have it's not too many people that's that thirsty. You probably could have got the other person you probably can get was Benavidez, but Benavidez is not the A side to like give at least at that time when it comes to Canelo, he wasn't in a position to be like, oh, I'm gonna give up some A side stuff to this guy. No, it's not gonna happen because he wasn't the A side in that situation, so he really didn't have the leverage. It's not. I don't see any of the A side doing that, and PBC dang sure ain't about the event. Even if they did ask, I don't see it going anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I agree with a lot what you just said. Like I saw this. I saw this coming. Like I don't know why everybody else couldn't. I really do. I'm sorry. Yes, I got to toot my own horn because dang it, I warned folks for about a year. And when you talk about Zuffa boxing, I think that's the whole point. I think Turkey has been lining them up, but everyone people like they don't want to see it. He's lining them up for Zuffa.
Yep.
That's exactly
Did you see Jupe Jupe? Did you see that they're now trying to offer? I gotta find that report for y'all. Is some other people that they're trying to offer these astronomical numbers like 10 million, and it's like they're throwing money at these people too.
It's a $60 million offer allegedly for Shakur Stevenson for 3 fights. Now I don't know how true that is, but you got to understand Dana White came out and said that Saudi was 100% backing that. So I think what's happening is you got these astronomical numbers for these people to come sign with Zuffa, and they sign it with Zuffa, but Zuffa's not backing those purses. So then, Key, do y'all see what's happening? It's going to be the same situation. What happens when Turkey pulls out and is no longer paying and covering those Zuffa cards? Do y'all see they running the same play over
and over? Yeah. But this time legally, because they got that revision Muhammad Ali Act.
Well, this is the thing. I agree. I think Zuffa, because they have like that Paramount deal, they'll be okay for a while, but you will see. I think that's what the transition was always.
That's only 5 years,
right? They have that deal from Paramount. So right now, Saudi Arabia is the supplement. They supplement that deal. And so if they stop supplementing it, that means that you have a smaller budget, which means everything's gonna be, you just see more constraints on those purses, right? Which there's already constraints. We went over those rules and everything. Remember that article that came out talking about all the different stuff that Zuffa does? That's when you're gonna see that go full throttle. And so again, the whole point, people don't get it. Again, this is the Saudi, like that. That PIF fund is a fund investment, meaning they expect a return. So all this money they're spending, you can't keep. Eventually, in the beginning, you have to spend a lot, and then over time, you're gonna get you should see revenue coming in. You should see, you should get rewarded. That can't happen if you sustain those large purses. They never intended to sustain those large purses, and I don't know why people can't see that. They never intended. That's what Zuffa's for. It was to get you in the door, get you locked in, get you comfortable, isolate you, kind of take you from, think about it. You think it's a coincidence that all these American guys who was headlining are now on undercards? You think that's a coincidence?
Nope.
It was intentional.
Yeah.
And Devin is a kind of example. Think about it. Now you're on record saying they lowballing me, which is evidence that you can't get what you want from them. You already had an issue with Eddie. You had an issue with Bob. Now you're burning. Now you're trashing PBC. You're burning that bridge. So if you have nowhere to go, and Turki knows that, what incentive does he have to keep overpaying you? He lining him right up for Zuffa.
Yeah, and I fear that the next person.
I've been sorry. That's exactly what he's gonna do, and that's why I said.
But I don't think Bill is gonna go to Zuffa. That's no control. They won't have any control over at Zuffa. I don't think they'll do that.
No, honestly. But guess what? Devin's in a again, and maybe he might make this work. Maybe him and Rolly or whatever. This is also why I said he need to go straight for Ryan, because that would kind of put you. That can like revitalize your career, put you back in a little bit in the driver's seat. They ain't listen to old you. But all I'm saying is that this is intentional. Look at Turki's last post. He talked about all these fights he got coming up, and I got this person. He ain't mentioned Devin. Okay, left him out in the cold. Meanwhile, now Devin is kind of isolated, right? So now, and what is Bill doing? Praising Turki. So in that next meeting, Turki say, "Yeah, I know I said I gave you this, but now I'm giving you that." We've seen him do it before with Shakur. Cut that pay.
Yep.
I was just about to say they did that to Shakur.
You think he ain't gonna do it to you? And
well,
guess what?
Like talking about cut the pay. It looked like he don't want to pay you at all.
That's my fear. That's why I'm like, Devin should have, even with this situation, he should just let people say what they want. I wouldn't even came out and like, they tried to lowball me and blah blah. Because I was looking at the comments, people just saying, so you don't want to you don't trust that you're gonna sell the pay-per-views. All you're doing is confirming that, you know what I'm saying, that he doesn't have to pay you as much. I'm like, you're making a fatal mistake, but they don't see it because PBC's trash.
Because they're so intent on putting out a narrative and making it look a certain way that they don't realize the damage that they're doing to previous narratives that they already put out. But let's switch gears here for a second and let's talk about the Xander Boots fight that everybody seems to be talking about. And I must say, y'all know how I feel about Xander. My opinion about Xander is not about the change because Boots is finna fight him. Even Boots said it. Xander is food. Boots has the same
whatever.
Boots said it himself. He said Xander is food. So, like I said, I just want to point out that I'm not changing my stance because Boots is fighting him. I still feel the same way. But let's hear what Tim Bradley has to say, and then we're gonna give our 2 cents in. And y'all know how Tim Bradley give it up. I haven't even watched this or nothing, so it's new to me, just like it's new to y'all.
Oh, Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you already know the rest. Yeah, I woke up and I'm thinking about this damn boxing. Ooh, yeah, I just seen that damn Xander Zayas interview. Oh, man, listen to me. Xander Zayas, he always 100% correct with his assessment. Oh, he be on point. He be telling me in the fighter meetings when I used to call his fights. He tell me exactly what he gonna do, and he go in there and he does it. You know, I seen that damn interview he just did, and he talk about all the mistakes and weaknesses and flaws and shit that Boots be making. Yeah, he see the same shit I see. Yeah, that's. Hey, Boots, you gonna be in trouble, B. Oh, you gonna be in? I'm telling you right now, Xander Zayas got a cold ass team. Yeah. Oh yeah, Javier. Remember, Javier was the first one to beat damn Teofimo Lopez. Yeah, with Cambosis. Think about that. He beat Teofimo Lopez with Cambosis. Yeah, Javier, trainer.
Aircraft. 2 cents. You gotta stop the Xander is food narrative. That's not a narrative. That's my opinion, Aircraft. That's not a narrative. I think he been fooled. I've been saying this, so that's not a narrative. That's my opinion. He don't think he fooled.
No, go Xander. Woo!
I saw that comment. I said, "Oh, he's talking about Keith."
Hey, that man got an eye. He got some great damn eyes. Shit, Xander's eyes got one of the best teams. One of the best teams in boxing. Yep, and they come ready. So if he already talking about them weaknesses, he make a whole lot of mistakes, and he just cheesing like, yeah, oh, everybody's high on Boots. Oh, they got a lot of clout around you, Boots. Oh, you got hype all around you. Man, you got all this hype around you. Yeah, shit, got me even hyped up. Cause I see how special you can be, but you need to tighten. I'm telling you, if you don't tighten your shit up, player, oh, you gonna be looking on the other side. You're gonna look like a fool too. And then everybody will be like, oh, that's why that fool didn't fight nobody. That's why he wouldn't step up his game and fight this person or fight that person. He was very selective. Oh, they gonna be talking about you don't get this done, Boots. I'm telling you.
How is Boots being very selective? How Boots can't even be selective because nobody wants to fight him. What are we talking about, Tim? Stop
I
it.
think Tim be hating a little bit.
Stop it, Tim.
I'm telling you, but I'm just saying, look, Xander Zayas and his team, they not playing. They see the same shit I see. You better tighten your shit up, Boots. Back to the basics. Shit, you better hire a basic man if you don't know all that fancy shit. That shit don't impress me, all that fancy shit. That you be doing a whole lot of shit wrong, Boots.
What?
Crossing your legs and shit. I seen some pad work today you was doing, and you step to your right with your left foot first. That's wrong. That's wrong. I don't care if you're trying to use an angle. It's called back foot step shuffle, fool. You step with the back foot and you go towards the shoulder.
Stop it.
The backside. If you want to change positions, yes, you bring that foot forward and then you slide around, not cross your foot, your left foot cross and then pivot around and think you're on another angle. You'll get killed like that.
By who?
You don't cross your feet in front of your opponents. I'm watching everything. That shit look fancy, but that shit is wrong as hell. Y'all do a lot of wrong shit that look fancy. Ooh, that's fast. Ooh, that's sweet. Oh, that's sweet. Do that shit in there with Xander Zayas. Yeah, Xander Zayas, he beat your ass. He gonna beat your ass technically. He gonna beat your ass technically. That's what he gonna do. He ain't gonna fight your ass. Nope. He ain't gonna give you that. I'm telling you, Boots.
Tim. You're not gonna talk about Xander flaws? Tim, how he pivot to the same side every time, how his head be over his front knee when he pivoting to the same side every time. We're not gonna talk. We're not gonna do that, Tim. All this you talking about Boots, and he's lost like 3 rounds in his whole career. All this wrong shit he doing, and nobody can even figure it out enough to win a round, Tim. The round, Tim. I'm not even talking about the fight.
Yeah, he's extra. Tim has some good assessments sometimes, right? But everyone has their motives and dislikes and likes. And I've noticed that I already know who's gonna. And again, Boots is not perfect. Does he make some errors? Yes, but my thing is like, if you're making an assessment of the fight, you would think that you would say what both are doing. Like all he's saying is like, okay, Xander is really preparing for this, and that. I'm sure Boots is too, because Boots is always in the gym. It's nothing wrong with saying what you think Boots does, like the flaws he makes. But what's wrong with? You can also like say, oh, but this person makes a flaw too. Xander makes flaws, but of course he ain't gonna say that. And so I already kind of got in my mind. There's a certain sector who do not like Boots, and I've noticed that. And I already know who it's linked to. Y'all should already know. And I've noticed. I ain't gotta say it because I don't want people saying you're not a real thing. You already know what that's about. I already know what it's about. Um, so that's why, right? I don't think Xander's food. I think he's improved. I think he got some good. I think he's gonna be the bigger man. Actually, I think he's gonna be bigger than Boots. I know it might sound crazy. I do think he's gonna have a
Yeah,
size advantage.
Xander's pretty big. He looks big right now.
Yeah, Xander's big. Xander is big. Like you talk about Zoot Boots big. Nah, I think I have to see them next to each other. But based on what I've seen, because sometimes it can be the optical illusion because they're not the same room. Xander big. So I think he has a chance. I won't say any food. I would favor Boots, and I think that's fine to him to even say, oh, he can capitalize. And I do think Xander coming in to absolutely win. I think Xander believes he can do it. I think Xander is very confident, and I think that's what's going to make this a good fight. But yeah, man, Tim be on BS. It just depends. Like, remember how Tim used to dog all PBC fighters, and then he's just how he is. He's sometimey, and it depends on his allegiance at the moment. And right now, he's going with his allegiance. And that particular group don't like Boots.
Well, I agree. What I will say is that Xander, do I have look, y'all know I've been high on Xander for a long time before anybody even was watching him. I was like, yo, Xander is a good fighter. And remember what I say about, good fundamental fighters, decent fighters, and I've watched him evolve over the years, and I'm like, okay, he's learning and he's doing his thing, and I was very happy for him going after chasing, the belt and really challenging himself. We can't say that about a lot of fighters in each division. Like, let's keep it 105, right? I mean, Xander went from fighting in a small ballroom with my boy Shushu on the undercard, as a co-main, in New York and Brooklyn, to he's headlining in Puerto Rico and having championship fights. You know what I'm saying? Belt winning fights. All within in the past 14 months. Like, I have to applaud that. Like, like, I have to give him props, because no, a lot of fighters ain't doing that. They are shying away from it. And also, look how many people told Boots no, or got into civil litigations over fights and everything, or said, yeah, we're gonna get Boots after this fight, and then totally pivot, aka Josh Kelly. So for Xander to even take this fight on is like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And so I will always give Xander props for that. Now, do I think that Xander is going to beat Boots? No. No. And even if Xander comes in bigger than Boots, I just feel as though Boots has the athleticism, and Boots has so many tools in the box, especially with him being able to be switched from southpaw to orthodox within a smooth stance. Like, his transition to it is absolutely amazing. And so when it comes down to Xander being a good fundamental boxer, no matter what the flaws are, Boots has the ability to make a good fundamental boxer look average. And so I'm like, no, low key, I'm like, dang, after this fight is done, people are going to say, well, how does Xander even get to this moment, get to this point? Because the way I see this fight playing out, Boots is going to make, like, my worry for Boots in this fight is if he gets bored. Because I've seen that with Boots in his fights, where he can get the guys out of there quicker than what he's supposed to, or even make it, more competitive. But like Bozy be yelling in the corner, stop playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. And so that's my worry for Boots. Like, Boots might just be like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And try to make it and get bored a little bit in that fight. That's my worry for Boots.
I think Boots
With,
finna get Xander out of there. Ain't gonna be no getting bored. He gonna be spending his
I
time
think
trying to
so too. But
I don't think
I would hope so.
and
I don't
this is
think he
what
would get
nobody's
bored.
saying, and I don't know why like Boots is so much faster than Xander. Like, I think Xander's gonna get in there and just be like, how people probably get in the ring with Ryan and just don't understand how fast he is. I think he's gonna get in the ring with Boots, not really understanding how athletic and fast he is. Because you got Tim Bradley sitting here talking about, oh, he crossed his feet, he do this, he do that. Okay, if it's these so many mistakes, how come nobody can ever capitalize off of him? It's a reason why they can't. If he's making these mistakes, you say so. I watch Xander. Like I just think he's just gonna be too slow. I don't think he's athletic enough. And another thing nobody is saying, and y'all tell me if I'm tripping. I don't think he's gonna be experienced enough. I haven't heard anybody mention the experience. How many fights does Xander have? How many fights does he have?
But you know what though? If Boots doesn't do him dirty, he might. This might be the experience that he need, low key. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how people, when with Abdullah Mason, I remember a couple fights ago, people were saying, Abdullah not ready for the bit. You know what you know, he get hit too much. He not ready for the Shakurs or the Tanks, or you know what I'm saying? You know, people like that. And even there was a point where even I was saying it, like, man, don't rush Abdullah. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, keep him at a steady pace. And now I'm just like, no, let them fight, because they need them type of looks. And so even if his experience is not all the way there,
Yeah,
if
but
Xander
Boots
can
ain't a
even make
fight.
it,
Boots ain't a fight that you take to get a look, Key. That's
but
not. He's not a.
yes, you do, like, at least for the
No.
punching and orthodox and southpaw, like, you getting all that experience in one fight.
No, you about to get Boots. If Boots is a fight you take, you need to be where you need to be too, because Boots can really fuck you up, and then your career could be what? You know, he's
Yeah, I
23.
get it.
He's 23. We're gonna have to see. Like, this is my thing. When a fighter, people like to applaud fighters and be like, "Oh, he going against his team. He making the fight." I don't applaud that. I think that is dumb, because you're being advised and everybody around you is like, "Nah, you probably shouldn't take this fight right now." I don't know why you would go against it. And Xander has an opportunity to go to 160 and just be a star in that weight class and be undisputed up there, do whatever he need to do. And it's the rumor is he's going against everybody that's telling him not to take this fight. He's going against the matchmakers at Top Rank, who we all know they got the best matchmakers. He's going against his whoever else he's going against to make this fight. And people are like, "Oh, well, it's a good fight," and I'm like, I just don't think it's a good matchup, in my opinion. I think
Well,
it's a
you know
bad
what?
matchup.
That's what I would say. If Xander was to go to 160, what are the big? Is there a bigger fight for Xander at 160 than it is Boots?
A bigger fight at 160.
If he was to go up and fight 160,
Who up there,
what's a
Laura?
yeah, like anybody. I don't care who. I don't know who the shit. I think it's because I was gonna say I know Xander back got stripped. I don't even know what happened.
Damas.
Right? Is that a bigger fight than Boots?
No, it's not a bigger fight than
But
Oh,
Boots.
there's
I
still
would
risk.
love to see Xander versus Jesus Ramos.
I would too.
Oh, I just thought about that fight. That's a
Well, that's an
goddamn
amazing
on
fight.
banger.
I think Xander has such a size advantage. Xander gonna be bigger than everybody at 162, by the way.
Really, because Jesus Ramos blow up now.
He does. I think maybe he'll be longer and lengthier. But I would just say this: he can go to 160. It's still a risk at these weight classes. It's still a risk. He's not, So my thing is, if you're gonna risk it with your biggest. It's a unification. Well, it's not unification. I'm sorry. It's your biggest bag you can make. It's the bigger name than anyone at 160. So if you're gonna risk it, you might as well get the most out of it. And he's young enough to rebound. Like a loss to Boots would not be bad. No one would look at you negatively if you lose to Boots. That's why I be saying, like, sometimes just go ahead and risk it with that big name. Don't wait, milk stuff, and lose to someone and make someone. You see what I'm saying? You might as well. And same thing with Boots, and because 154 has always been the danger zone. That's the thing. 154. What I love about the division, anybody can lose at any time. That belt, some belts change hands so many times. So and that's why I think that's why I love about the division. People don't really milk fights, and because we've seen so many upsets. I think 154 is the upset division. So you might as well. So Boost still need to be careful because we've seen this. We've seen this happen. I remember no one thought. Well, a lot of people didn't think I thought, yeah, I saw how he can punch. Y'all remember Banana? No one thought Banana was gonna upset J Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Like we seen so many upsets at 154 that make no sense. No one thought J Rock was gonna come back and be I can't think of his name. He retired now. We didn't think that 154 is just all is a very tricky division. So I say go ahead and risk it and then rebound later. But I'm trying to find it. Someone I saw it
I
online and I
surely
don't know
can't
where I
wait.
found it. So someone was talking about how well Xander is preparing for this fight and how he is trying to get Bad Bunny to walk him out and how they like watching all the tape on Boots and how they have a surprise person to spar with them to specifically prepare them for Boots. So y'all already know who that I think that is.
That's gonna be Bud.
Yep.
And that might be get
Bud
back for
Light.
Boots.
Bud
That might be
Light.
get back
For
for
that.
that might be get back for Bud because Boots sparred Canelo.
Absolutely.
Bud
You
is
feel me?
retired. Like you
I
retired.
think he's
Bro.
trying to get. I really think he's trying to get Bud to spar him to prepare him for Boots, which would be perfect. I mean, that's as close to spar. That's as close as you can get, right? Although Boots is still different, but that's as best you go. Who else can you get to really help you with Boots? That fights like that, in those divisions. So I think Xander. I think they're pulling out all the stops, and so I like to hear that. So they're gonna give Boots the hardest fight he ever dreamed of. And when it comes to preparedness and experience, I agree. But at the same time, I know that Xander has less fights, but then people are also saying that Boots ain't fought nobody. So apparently, Boots ain't really got no experience either, according to them. So it shouldn't be a problem. They say Boots ain't fought nobody, so come on. They don't even footing. Boots is a little older and ain't fought nobody, so fine.
Okay, let's see what else Tim talking about.
I'm telling you and your people, Xander Zaya is he gonna beat Boots like this. He gonna beat Boots like this. I'm telling you. Now, hey, I'm still going Boots. Shit, I'm not flippity flop. I still think Boots can get it, but I'm just letting y'all know it's not gonna be fucking easy. Xander Zayas, I seen that damn interview, man, and he like sitting there like, ooh, I can't wait to show the world. Oh, I'm about to smash on this dude. And TR, they believe that what the young man sees. That's what it is. They believe what he sees. Oh, they do. Shit. But anyways, I'm Tim Desert Storm Bradley. You already know the rest. Hey, and Boots, you better get your ass in that lab. I seen the little.
Man, y'all better watch them top ranked fighters. They be cheating. Shout out to OTB with the $4.99 in the cash app. He say just showing some love. Shout out OTB. Boxing
Make sure y'all
School.
like, subscribe to my boy channel, man.
Make sure y'all like to subscribe to OTB. I mean, listen, I can't wait to see this fight. I just hope people don't move the goalposts. But this is the same way people was talking before the Stanionis fight. He beat Stanionis, and then we was right back where we started to Boots don't fight nobody.
Now that's true. That's true. Because Stanionis was seen as like a really good fighter then. Like I remember, and because I remember everybody was like, oh, it's a 50-50 fight when he was about to fight Virgil. And then Virgil got sick. And that one was Boots. They're like, oh, he ain't fought nobody. So yeah, they do that. But no, that's why like and that's so funny. I'm rewatching when Xander's last fight now. Xander does have some good punch placement. And I do think that I want to see how Boots deals with that reach and being like what I assume would be the smaller man. Although when he fought Romain Villa was about his height. Even in his last fight,
I think Romain Villa was bigger, huh?
I think so too. Romain was kind of big, and then even that last fight he fought, his first fight at 154, I know it was kind of like a step up fight, but that dude was kind of big too. Like, and that's what people are like. How come y'all don't tell Boots to go up? Y'all tell them to go up. The difference is I've seen Boots in multiple occasions fighting people his size. Like he don't be like if you think about it, he's not always overtly bigger than everybody he fights. He's normally he'll have some size advantages sometimes, but it's not as consistent. I've seen him fight people bigger or his same size before a couple times. And I think Xander, this is going to be a situation where I do think I want to see how Boots deals with like the ranginess and hype and all that for with Xander. So I'm excited to see it. And I absolutely think he's gonna get Bud. I really do. I think Bud won't pay back. I think they felt the way about him sparring with Canelo.
Yeah, Bud shouldn't even been worried about what the hell Boost is doing. That shit don't even make sense.
I agree.
And if you felt the way, why would you do the same thing? That's what I don't understand. If you really felt the way, you gonna back door and do the same thing. So you ain't no better. You're not no better.
Well, not only that, I think that it's two different things, right? Like Boost was trying to make his way. There is no upcoming like a champion who's a new champion, up and coming, who's going to turn down the opportunity to spar with Canelo Alvarez. They would be stupid to. Like you're up and coming. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Forget who he fighting. This is an opportunity of a lifetime to spar with someone who has, and maybe you don't know what you can learn, right? In that sparring. In Bud's case, it would just be because Bud's a better fighter than I think we can all admit. We already know Bud's a better fighter than Xander, right? He's smaller maybe, but we already know there's nothing you're gonna learn from Xander in that sparring with them. You know what I'm saying? You're not. You would just be you would just be someone he pays because you're both ambidextrous.
I thought they said Bud was nobody's sparring partner. So Bud can't be sparring with nobody. He ain't nobody's sparring partner. You remember that's what they were saying? Like Bud ain't nobody's sparring partner.
That's true. Well, we'll see. I'm trying to find the dang post. I thought I favorited it, liked it or something. I don't know what happened. I did with us. I don't know what I did. Anyway, but yeah, they were saying like he wants to have some surprise sparring partners. He's completely ready. But I do love that type of confident talk in Xander because like he's not going in there scared. I don't think he's gonna go in there scared. I think he's gonna go in there completely prepared. I think he really feel he got this. Both sides feel like they got in the bag, and that's the best type of fight. So I'm actually excited. I might even pop up to that one. I might actually physically go to that fight.
Xander Boots?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I do. I'm thinking about. I think I want to.
I'm thinking about it too. It's been a lot of people talking about it. It's been a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah, and then I'm hearing the undercard might have Foster. Oh, was it who were they saying? Was it Foster they were saying on there? I don't know. Either way, even just for the main event, I'm thinking about popping out for that one.
Hold on, y'all. Okay. All right. Hello? Hello?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. What happened to Key?
I don't know. You know what? You remember that last time her phone died and then she had to hop off? Maybe that happened. She disappeared. Maybe she's coming back. You might have to put the link back in the chat.
Oh, I see. I thought I had the link pinned to.
Oh yeah, she in the chat. She's saying send the link.
I see.
She probably dropped off.
Oh wait, that's the wrong link. Disregard the link. Key, that's the wrong one. There go the link. Send me the link. Send me the link. What up, Curtis? All right. There you go, Key. Put my headphones down.
Hit her like button, y'all.
My fault. It dropped me. It clicked me off. I hate when StreamYard do that.
It kicked you off?
Yeah. What do y'all think about? Did y'all see what Canelo had said?
What Canelo say?
No.
He said that that he wants to run the rematch back with Bud because he was injured during that fight. Here, let me read the quote. The quote is, it's hard to accept because I had injuries that would not let my body move how I want. We have to do this again. The people will not credit you for fighting me at my worst.
I mean, that's his MO. What did people expect? For you to get fought at your best? Like, and then he not finna rematch you. It's not about to happen. So
you don't think so?
I don't know. I read an article on my Sunday review show that they talking about rematching again in September. But Bud don't look like he getting ready for no fight. Do y'all want to see a rematch? Like,
I mean, I honestly don't think it's gonna. I always
It
said
was so decisive. Like,
it was decisive. It was a decisive enough to the point where I mean, I felt like I understood most people probably picked. I can't remember. I remember being close. I think Canelo was like slight favorite, but it was small. I can't remember. All I know is I understand. I think the Canelo was a favorite only because he's fought that division longer. But I feel like Bud was always technically ahead of him. It's just a size difference. But we always knew, Bud could, was. I remember Bomac saying he could have been at 168, right? And then he said when he saw Canelo, he realized Canelo was smaller. So that it was really the only like drawback we had was like, oh, can Bud, deal with that weight? And he can. Once that's it. So I don't see the rematch being much different. Canelo saying he couldn't move like he wanted to. That's how you move in all your fights. You've never been like fleet footed. You've always had some heavy feet. You have good upper body movement. Unless you're saying your hip, I don't know. We saying your waist was not working or something. Like what? Because that's what he does. He has upper body movement. So you saying your waist wasn't working or something. I don't know what else you gonna do. I mean, fine. I mean, he was the undisputed champion. So I do think as a champion, you should have a rematch clause and you should be able to get your get back. But if you didn't have that in there and it's expired, I will tell you.
Okay.
For me, if Bud and Canelo was to fight again, quite honestly, I wouldn't be I don't even want to say that because they're gonna get mad at me.
Shit.
Bud might stop Canelo, bro. Like, I ain't even finna lie to y'all. Like, I think
Well,
that
he didn't
Bud,
even almost stop him the first time.
there was a few he buckled Canelo a couple of times in that fight too. Since like,
When?
but Bud was just too. What was that? What was that in the fourth round or the sixth? Like, I just think, I don't know. I think that Bud's IQ level is just too high for Canelo. And not to mention, now you like Bud know he can take your punches. Bud know how your defense is. Unless Canelo been working this whole time as he's been off, been in the gym, breaking down Bud like to a T, you have to like
Kenny
Bud is
Brown
not
say
some.
key stop.
I'm just saying, like,
but how you know he could take his punches when he couldn't punch? He couldn't move how he was supposed to, so he couldn't punch how he was supposed to.
I don't know that because Canelo fought the same way that I've always seen him fight. Come forward, throw it, throw moves, do the little head movement and everything. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. First of all, look, let's rewind just a bit, right? Bud was able to take several months off for that fight with Canelo, okay?
A year, I
And
believe.
yeah, a year, right? And in that time, he was in the gym and they were breaking down Canelo in his fight and they were putting together the plan. He had a year. Whereas Canelo fought what, 3 times? Berlanga, Skull, and then Bud. So he fought twice. And so he's having to fight both these fighters back to back, getting ready for their style, and then only had June, July, August, September, 4 months to prepare for Bud Crawford. Okay.
That's a good point.
So Bud had a year compared to Canelo. And so when they get back in the ring, if they were to get back in the ring and rematch, Bud has had an ample amount of time. And now he's off. They both off. I know that Canelo's back in the gym. But Bud seemed like he's on his interview and streaming kick, but I'm sure that Bud is also in the gym as well. And that advantage,
He said he not coming back. Remember, he said he not selling his
nah, but you
soul and
still,
clown. What's his face?
nah, I still think Bud is getting ready because at the end of the day, but if they offer Bud 150 million that he want to fight Canelo or 100 million, I'm sure Bud gonna come back out. I'm sure of it.
Yeah,
if he take $100 million,
I think he
he's the
would
biggest
too.
hypocrite in
Remember,
boxing.
he would do it. And I agree. Like, okay, the only difference I can see Canelo can make, and I will say this, Canelo defense again is upper body movement. His feet have never been quick. And now so it's one, and you have somebody who with Bud who has a really good IQ, really good movement. He's even more powerful because he's probably more at his natural, more comfortable weight at this age. And then, but I will say Canelo, but Bud is, biologically older. Canelo has more fights, right? And so we've been seeing the age, like the speed he's not as fast as he used to be. Like this, like look at the Triple G fights versus now. The speed he still got some speed, but not like what it was. When I saw Berlanga landing on them punches and Berlanga ain't that fast, I'm like, okay. That's when I started seeing it. So you will have to make up for the speed differential, which is IQ, which I don't think your IQ is better than Bud's. You would really have to set a trap for him, or let Bud just really get like super excitable that he think he about to stop you and like land something crazy. Other than that, I don't see a difference. But I mean, at the end of the day, you are the undisputed champion. You did give him an opportunity. So I would say, out of respect, I probably would. I don't think Bud will. Again, unless it's like dumb, crazy money that you just can't turn away. But
which he can't take now because he already said he's selling his soul. So he'll be a huge hypocrite if he come back for dumb crazy.
I mean,
money.
but being a hypocrite ain't stopped him before. So I'm being honest. Like a lot of fighters, I don't think. Listen, the money in your face, you're gonna do what you got to do. Okay. I remember they was trashing rehydration clauses. Now everybody for it. So don't nobody care. I think, but even him saying about the whole integrity thing, and I wouldn't do it. That still contradicted what he said before when he had the interview with Andre Ward. Yep. And he was like, if they gave you 150 million, are you coming back? Especially like, I'm not coming back.
That's true. Yep, that's true.
I'm not coming back. And then Andre was like, what if it's for 150 million? He's like, I'm coming back. Like right? So they flip-flop. It just depends.
Okay, look. I get what y'all saying because y'all cussing me out. See, that's why I said, man, they gonna cuss me out for saying this. But look, I was one of the very few people. Even me and Upper was going back at this. I said, Bud he gonna beat Canelo. I've always Bud gonna beat Canelo. He's gonna give it to him. I even had Spence. If Spence was to get in the ring with Canelo pre-Bud, he would have beat Canelo. It's just. It's certain styles that give fighters a problem. And I've always said that. And I've always stood on that. Now, again, Bud had a year to prep for Canelo. He always knew he was going to get him. Whereas Canelo only had, 2 months to prep for a Bud. And now with them both being off and Canelo saying he was injured, okay, let's see how he come back. But now if Bud do him dirty, even dirtier, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear it.
I don't think nobody really would. First of all, y'all know what's crazy? Like, put a 1 in the chat if y'all want Bud to come back out of retirement. I haven't really heard too many people asking for Bud to come out of retirement.
I mean, if he come, you know what? I would. He will have to come back for certain fights I absolutely want.
Which is who?
Who put a 3?
I got a -1, a -0.
But there's a 3 in the chat. Okay.
Mr. Greg said he won't Bud to come out of retirement. Aircraft carriers, they stay retired, Bud. Because that's the thing. It's like, who can Bud come back and fight where people will be like, oh, okay, this is a competitive matchup. He's the best fighter in the universe. We're going to have to go to another galaxy to find an opponent for Bud.
No, we would not. I would be perfectly happy if Bud came back and fought at 154. If he came back and fought Fundora, baby, hats off. I got the baby. I'm cheering and screaming.
If Fundora was going for undisputed, he might come back and try to get the belts off of him.
I think Bud. according to what he had said in the interview, he was thinking about going to 160. I think what stopped him is because, of course, Bud wants a situation where, and it kind of revealed what we said. But when I said, they say, "Oh, you hate on Bud, you don't love him." I do. I think Bud's amazing, but
I don't love him.
you don't love him. You hate him. You remember Rich? Richie, my friend, he be trashing me when I ain't around. I know he do. He's my friend in my face, and it trashes me. You don't love Bud. You ain't a real Bud fan. I'm just realistic, about all the fighters I like. Bud is strategic, and he likes to get these fights like this, like he did with Spence. I'm gonna let you collect all the belts so I can get out undisputed in one fight. Okay, Canelo got all the belts. I'm gonna get this undisputed in one fight. He don't want to do a whole bunch of work. I'm gonna say work. He'll fight the person who got him. It's just he ain't about to go through the gauntlet. He's not about to go through the wear and tear. And so he had said basically that he was considering trying to make a run for undisputed at 160 when Janet Beck was going to fight Lara. But then, right, because that means he could have easily got that fight because Janet Beck had 2 belts. Lara had 1 belt. He could have got 3 belts in one fight and then fought one other fighter. Bam, done.
Yep.
But once Janet Beck tested positive, that ruined the situation. He got stripped for the one of the belts, IBF, I think. And so it kind of collapsed the whole plan. So, it is what it is. So, yeah, I think if he comes back, it has to be like he needs Bud's a person who needs ultimate reward for the least amount of risk. Or if it's a risk, it has to be like astronomical reward at the end. Right, and he ain't doing it it's what it is. So, but if he came back to 154 and fought Fedor or fought Boots, all praise. I don't care if you going for undisputed or not. All praise, but I don't think he's gonna do that.
No, he wouldn't do it when he was still active, and then it's
unless, like I said, unless somebody if Xander was to get 3 belts, yeah, I think he would.
So you think he come back and fight Xander? Man, come on! Nobody wants to see no Bud Crawford fighting no Xander.
If Xander had 3 belts or became undisputed, let's say within a short time period, yeah, I think he would. He can did it because now I can say, well, I'm 4 times.
But Jupe, who want us? We know what Boots about to do to Xander. What you think Bud gonna do to Xander?
Exactly. So that's why Bud will want it, because he can become undisputed at another weight class.
Hey.
It's just what he does. And I'm not mad at him. You 2 Cent, you always telling us how you combat the arguments that Bud was blackballed by how he got so many belts within a certain amount of fights. I think for him at this age, he felt like he did what he had to do, and he's gonna come back if it makes sense for him. And for him, is if I can rack up this huge accolade. But he not about to come to no division and fight he gonna do the whole Spence thing. I'm gonna fight belt by belt, collect all the belts. No, I'm gonna wait till you close to collecting the belts or collecting them, fight you for them, and then I'm done. That's been his pattern. That's not hate. That's just me saying what he does, and I understand that.
The Robert Ory boxing.
He's trying to work smarter, not harder. He ain't about to go through all these freaking fighters.
Shout out to Dean by any means in the building. What up, Dean? Brian Falcone in the building. What's up, y'all?
Oh, Dean here with the hoochie daddy shorts. Okay.
Right, boy had his thighs out.
He was acting a fool earlier today.
That boy had his thighs out.
He's acting a fool up in here, showing out.
Key, what else is new? What Key with the T? What's the scoop? What else you got for us, Key?
Let me see. Hey, Big Supreme. Hey, All Things. My right hand. Should I make sure I say?
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Hey, All Things. What's going on?
Okay. I think, okay. I don't know if y'all 2 Cents touched on this before I got on. But how do y'all feel about this Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather situation? Now, word on the curb is that Manny Pacquiao could put Floyd in breach of contract, which could lead to a lawsuit. As we all know, Floyd has Floyd got so much got a couple lawsuits out there and some very crazy accusations regarding money. And so Floyd Pacquiao has came out. First, it was his team that came out and said about the breach of contract. Now Pacquiao has came out and said he signed for a real fight. I signed for a real fight. He got his advance. There's no reason to make excuses of that. He's calling out Floyd Mayweather for avoiding the fight. Now there's been back and forth. One day the fight is on, the next day the fight is off, then on, then off. It's so hard for me to keep up with. But we do know.
As of now, the fight is on. Key has never been off. As of now, it's still on.
Okay, so it's on, and
Hold on, let
so
me get this
now,
cash out. Shout out to
okay.
Dean by any means with the $1.99 in the cash app. He say hoochie daddy.
Oh my god. So now they're trying to basically Manny is making an accusation that that Floyd is avoiding. So is Floyd ducking Manny Pacquiao? That's the question. What y'all got?
I think Floyd is a scammer, Key. Like I told you, the man be scamming. If he don't fight Manny Pacquiao, he just scammed them for it. They say he took advances and loans. So he took an advance out, and then he took out loans also against his purse. Why is Floyd doing that? And then you breach the contract. Why, Floyd? I don't understand why you would dig another hole for yourself as if you don't have enough holes already. I thought that he was coming back to boxing to get himself out of the mess he was in, not to unretire and create more of a mess, because he literally said he's coming out of retirement. You don't come out of retirement for exhibitions. So I think if this goes to court, like he gonna lose because you led everybody to believe you coming out of retirement and you about to fight a real fight. So I don't really.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the whole beef with the whole beef was based on like the argument between whether it would be an official fight or an exhibition. So now I'm hearing he took out loans. I mean,
But the contract is already signed for a real fight.
Oh, it is.
Yes, that's the issue. The contract is signed for a real fight. And so him saying it's gonna be an exhibition is the breach. Like this ain't no exhibition, this is a real fight. So I guess he's saying if it ain't an exhibition, he's not gonna fight it. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the true beef is, which is making me kind of side eye it a little bit because it's like, is this real? Like,
well, then he'll have to give that. Then he'll have to give that money back.
No, he absolutely would. Right? He would owe it back.
Yeah, but then it had to be lawsuits in court and all of that. How long would that take?
I mean, that's legal fees.
Right? And can he continue to afford legal fees?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's another thing too. Sometimes when people are having financial trouble, it's not because they don't have the money. Some people are not as liquid. So I don't know if he's just broke or if he's just not liquid. Like I don't think he's broke.
I think he leveraged. I think he leveraged a lot of his assets and stuff. So,
well, the newest lawsuit I read today that's been ongoing. I guess it involves that Bitcoin or something like that. And his team, his legal team, has left. So he needs to get
Who
another
legal team left, Key?
Mayweather's.
Oh Lord, let me get this.
Wait, what?
Hold on. He tripping, Key. Shout out to Dean by any means with the $1.99 back in the super chat showing more support. He says Floyd not a good person. Hell of a fighter though. Shout out to Dean by any means. So his legal team fired him, Key.
It's looking like that. Let me pull it. Let me pull it up for y'all. Because what they're saying is the Eretheum Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, Keith.
It's the Ethereum Max lawsuit. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if you guys heard about that, but
Ethereum.
yeah, Ethereum, as I said, Ethereum Max lawsuit, and it's against him, Paul Pierce, and Kim Kardashian.
Or Paul Pierce always in some bullshit, ain't he?
And Paul, I don't know what the heck going on with Paul. And so, and I know my mom heart probably broke because my mom loved her some Paul Pierce and the Boston
I
Celtics.
could not stand Paul Pierce. He is ever since he got carried out that game, I can't. In that wheelchair, I can't. I've been done with Paul Pierce ever since he got wheeled out that game in that wheelchair, and then he ran from back out of there to come back. Like, Paul, I'm done with you, Paul. I've been done with Paul Pierce ever since. And why is Paul Pierce always so flabby? Why does it look like he's never in shape?
Some people know what I think some people have natural muscle and some people don't. Like I think that's just certain makeup of certain people's builds. Like some people are naturally muscular, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I found it. It's for um so there's a guy named Jonah Recknitz. Some of you guys who follow Upper Channel when I was talking about it. It's one of Floyd Mayweather's right hand men who he went into the real estate investments with. Well, this Jonah guy was a federal informant and even helped pop off the some officers for the NYPD. And so Jonah got sentenced. Um, but now what they're saying is that basically, shoot, basically, he was a part of this, how do you say it? Ethereum
Mm-hmm.
Max deal as
Oh yeah.
well. So it was
Yeah.
Floyd and Jonah was linked to it. But and so they're being sued for it. And Floyd was supposed to, his team was supposed to produce some documents. But the thing is, his lawyers have withdrew. Okay, so it says right here, and I'll send you guys the link. Um, on August 12th and 13th of 2024, four new lawyers filed an appearance on behalf of Mayweather. But these renewed attempts were similarly ignored, and the attorneys also withdrew from the case. They were replaced by attorneys with the Spiritus law firm, who in turn have also filed a motion to withdraw as of October 2025. As it stands now, defendant Mayweather is currently proceeding pro se, meaning representing himself.
Oh my
Mayweather
God.
Mayweather finally produced a mere 5 pages of documents acknowledging this was insufficient. On June 6th, counsel for defendant advised that substantial completion of documents could be made by August 8th. So he's basically been playing around. Um, but he's still pro se for this case, this Ethereum Max case. So I don't know what's going on.
Wait. Okay, so he has an Ethereum case, and that means that the lawyers and his team that are currently on.
He
Are,
probably wasn't paying them, Key. That's why they left him.
so what?
Yes,
Wait a minute. Is this the same team that? Hold on. Okay,
I'm not
I'm
sure.
linking it because now I'm thinking about. Remember, we were reading the case about Floyd suing Showtime and all that.
Right.
This is the same. Remember that he had a new team, and they went to his books and wanted him to ask PBC and want him to sue Showtime because missing funds and all that. Is this the same team that he fired that had him going after Showtime?
No, the team fired him, and I don't know if it's the same team.
I'm not
But
sure if it's
speaking of that Showtime case, they got it. Showtime got it moved to federal court.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that they got to move to federal court.
okay. Wow, why?
And well, they got to move to federal court, which means it's gonna go faster. And there's another thing I heard. I found this. So Showtime also had a response. Like there's a whole docket I can send y'all, but it's like super long, and I was trying to go through about and had time. Like
Please send it. Let's.
It's so long.
I'll stick it in the AI.
It's not like the tank thing. Like it's so many.
Let me stick it in the AI, and we'll.
Yeah, because it's too long. Let me just send you what I have.
I'll stick it in the AI, and we'll ask you questions.
It's like some type of court thing, but okay. I just put it in the chat. But what I do know is that Showtime response is saying that essentially Mayweather Promotions LLC was controlled by Mayweather, And essentially, they're the party at fault in regards to any failures of payment alleged, because they were responsible for all payouts because he was his own promoter.
Say that again, and this is a lie. I'm gonna have to do this.
If I say it's so convoluted, like it's not. It's plain that I saw it. I'm like, I ain't got time for this. I'll have to like shift through every document. It's just too much. But essentially, I guess Showtime's response was that all payments moved through the promoter, and it was Mayweather Promotions LLC, meaning Mayweather Promotions was responsible for payment. So if you're saying you're missing payments, you have to seek MPL, your own LLC that you're ahead of.
So like he didn't pay himself?
Yeah, basically I said whatever he did. So let me just read. Someone highlighted this on like social media, so I got that clip, but I was trying to find it in there. I guess it's section 16. It says, third is entering into the agreement. MP Mayweather LLC owed Showtime a duty of good faith and fair dealing, which required, among other things, that it ensured Showtime receive proper instructions for payment of the promoter share proceeds, ensured that it or another designated promoter paid Mayweather all sums owed for the fights, and that Mayweather, currently an officer of Mayweather Promotions, would solely look to the Mayweather Promotions LLC or another designated promoter for payment, and specifically not Showtime. So apparently they're saying in their agreement, it went to the Mayweather Promotions LLC. After that, they're responsible. So you're suing them, but they're like, it's your LLC that was responsible.
Right. It's who we paid that you didn't get the money from, not us. Right. But he's trying to say y'all paid Al Heyman, and Al Heyman was doing some bullshit with the money and I didn't get paid. But
and I read that, yeah. I read that wrong order.
If we gave it to Al, then you told us to.
Right. And I read that in wrong order. I should have read this one first. It says, second, pursuant to agreement, Mayweather Promotions LLC was required to cause Mayweather to execute an inducement letter for each fight, noting that he would seek payment solely from the designated promoter of that fight. The promoter of the fight to enter into a distribution agreement under which the promoter affirmed its obligation to pay the fighters and agreed to provide fighter instructions. So basically, the promoter affirmed its obligation. So Mayweather Promotions affirmed it was their obligation to pay the fighters and agreed to provide proper instructions to Showtime for payment of promoter's share of the revenue, if any. I don't know what's going on with Floyd, but yeah, I don't know. They're basically you're blaming us.
Shout out to All Things with the $5 in the super chat. He says, for that snack pack. Shout out All Things for supporting the channel with the $5 in this. Shout out All Things. I got one more. Dean, bye. Any. Oh, no, I already read this one. Okay. All right. Shout out to Dean by any means. Back in the super chat with the $1.99. He says, I already read that one. All right. I think that's it. All right, we're good. I'll be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App, $2 boxing, or letting me know and dropping below your 2 cents in the super chat.
Yeah, I realized that link I sent y'all, some of those documents you have to pay for, and I am not paying. You have to pay for it on an app called Pacer. I am not paying for the documents. I wait till they come out in the court case. But the person who posted it, I guess he pays for it, so he got a snippet. That's where I read from. But either way, yeah, this is like a lot of mess, and I don't know what's going on with Floyd, but the idea of him coming back is already to me a red flag. They moved it to federal court for whatever reason. They must feel they have a better chance there. But yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why it makes it all connects even to what's going on with Devin and Matchroom, right? the promoter has certain obligations. Like I was saying, like that's what Rody's saying. Hey, my promoter's going to pay my
Guarantee.
guarantee. Your promoter is supposed to pay your guarantee because you're showing up as a promoter. And in this situation, the promoter has to tell you where all funds go to, and all our obligations to send it to where you tell us to send it to, because you're the promoter, you're Mayweather Promotions LLC. We have to send it there. So it's kind of along the same lines. People want to be promoters, but don't want and I'm not saying that's the situation with the Floyd case. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that these fighters love the idea of being their own promoters, but people don't want to deal with the actual work and investment it takes to be a promoter. So
That's true, but why wouldn't Floyd know that though? Right? Because he's been doing these dealings with them for a minute now. So how did Floyd pull the okey doke on himself?
I don't know. Maybe Al did do some type of switcheroo. I don't know, but I just think it's weird that you would what made you, because when I was reading in that initial article that day, y'all, it was like Floyd said he's like, oh, him and his new team, which is the team he ain't working with now, was like, oh, let's go through these books. Why are you suddenly going through books 10 years later? And what I read, the only thing they said they were owed, they were saying they were owed money from the fight with, what was his very last boxing match? I can't remember. The fight before Conor McGregor. What's his name? I can't think of the guy he fought. Anyway, that fight, most of the lawsuit from what I read, and I didn't read the whole thing, from what I read, is that they were saying they are owed money from that particular fight.
Right. I think it's 2 fights.
But the rest of it was mainly like pain and suffering, like damages.
It wasn't Berto, was it?
Berto, yes. They said they were owed money from Berto, and it was
Pacquiao.
damages. Yeah, they said, no, this is the thing. They didn't even say they were owed money from Pacquiao. They said they wanted to see the books on Pacquiao. They didn't even say they were owed money. They just said they were owed money on that one fight, but the damages were hundreds of millions because they wanted damages, and he cited something that actually was so ironic that Tank said. He said, people believe I'm broke, and my whole persona where I make money is that because I exude money, and there's this rumor that I owe people in Middle East, which is something Tank said. And so he's suing because he says, like, oh, you kind of contributed to the degradation of my brand. So majority of his lawsuit wasn't anything owed to him. It was damages. Right? And so, but the thing he's saying, he said he is missing money from Berto. He wants the books on the Manny fight. And he also cited that his deal to pay Al was only for 1 year. So I guess Al was supposed to be working for free for 15, 16 years. I don't know. So it's just, all this is so weird and random to me. And now, and then when it's the moment you got a new team, and now the new team you got, according to what Key's saying, well, we don't know if it's true or not. It's just too much going on. I don't know what the heck going on with Floyd. I hope he's okay, but Showtime wanted moved to federal for a reason, and they got it moved to federal court. So that's probably not a good. There's probably not good news for Floyd. I'm assuming.
Right.
What if Floyd loses this case, y'all? Lord have mercy.
He probably will. He probably is gonna lose. He probably is gonna lose it, Key. I think he's gonna lose it because, like, it took you this long. And there ain't no statute of limitation.
And how did you not realize you were missing? Berto was 10 years ago, maybe 11. You didn't realize you was missing money 11 years ago?
$300 million. And why? But why can he sue them for pain and suffering because people think he broke?
I don't know. That's what a lot of it was, damages. From what I was reading, I gotta find that article again.
So
I was trying to read.
It's our fault that you broke because you missing money from the fight? Like, I don't understand how the two are correlated.
Also, another thing I thought was weird is that it seemed like, this is just what I thought of. I'm watching him and he's saying, okay, I'm owed all this money, 300,000, all this money. And then I kept saying, why would he put in a lot of the law? He's not suing Al Heyman, but he mentions him a lot and say he was in every venture, right? But then you're saying that you only supposed to pay him like what, 5 or 10% either for the first year. And I kept thinking, so are you saying that He's been working for free. I thought that was really strange. And then I think I was watching what YouTuber.
Oh yeah, why did he throw that in there? He thought Al was working for free.
Right. So think about this for a second. If Floyd made over $1 billion plus all the other deals Al was working on, and you were supposed to pay him, let's say 10%. If you really, honestly, the average manager charges about 33%. Right. So if you really think about, now Al, they say take less. Think about if you made $1 billion and you had to pay your manager 33%, guess what? It will equal to the exact amount that he's suing for.
Mm-hmm.
Almost exactly. So that makes me wonder, you put that in the lawsuit because you're trying to recoup all the money that Al was paid, which he's supposed to, because he helped you make these deals. You didn't get those Mayweather gyms on your own. You didn't get these deals on your own. You had Al as your, he's the brains behind the operation.
And he was advising you in your money and investing your money and doing all that.
Right. And then also you're an investor. Even if you're an investor in PBC, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. But to say that Al was only supposed to get paid for 1 year, that's absurd. You tell me he was just being friendly for 15 years, wasn't supposed to get no money? What? All his money coming in, he wasn't supposed to get nothing? That's what made me, that was the red flag with that lawsuit. I'm like, nah, you on some weirdness. Maybe they did cheat you. If you can prove it, fine. But why would you say that, oh, we didn't have agreement beyond the first year? That's illegal to make somebody work for you for 15 years.
Now you gonna cause yourself your own
right.
life.
You about to get yourself in trouble. It's illegal. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's weird.
But do you think that is wise for Floyd to even go after the advancements and take out the loans? Because there's 3 fights.
No,
We have the one in Greece. We have Mike Tyson, and then allegedly Manny Pacquiao. That's 3 fights, y'all. And allegedly he's taking out advances on, I think, 2 of them.
Advances
well,
and loans.
How did you blow through all that? I don't.
His lifestyle is crazy. Did y'all see this interview? I seen an interview with some guy. He was saying he hang out with Floyd, and he was just talking about how much money he can spend in a day. Like he got so many people with him. You got private flights you take in. Like he's spending hundreds of thousands in a day. Like y'all see how Floyd live his lifestyle, and it seems like he hasn't changed how he lives his lifestyle. But he's not working the same. You're not getting these fights like that. So, and I also heard that when Floyd left Al, he was no debt. He had all his investments and everything, but he started fooling with some other people and he started leveraging what
that
he had.
Jonah guy. Jonah is one of them.
Take out loans and money and do all this other stuff. So now I think that he's messed up what he's had because he's leveraged it to take loans out and do anything. And then if you look at Floyd, it's like he'll do anything to make money. Like he's selling alcohol. Floyd, you don't drink. He's selling vapes. Floyd, you don't smoke. Like that's what really started turning me like really off to Floyd. Like, why are you just doing anything for money? Like,
you know who he'll make a lot of money with and he'll be able to retire? If he was to fight either Adrian Broner or Tank.
Man, he not making no money with Adrian Broner. Don't nobody want to see Adrian Broner no more.
Well, Tank will. I think
that would go crazy.
That will shut down. That will shut down. That will shut down everything. Do y'all hear me?
That would be that.
That's not even a. Y'all really would want to see. That's not even a fight I can say.
No, I don't want to see it. Okay. Honestly, I just feel like when it comes to fighter mentor, I think it needs to stay where it is. I don't want it. But I'm just being honest. People know the drama between them, and they would absolutely say, "Oh, I'm just being objective." But I will say, I think the problem also, and again, I don't think Floyd's broke. Like he ain't like when rich folk broke is different than regular folk broke, right? I think he'll be fine, but I think the other thing is that when money is no longer coming in, right? And you retire, and there's a lifestyle when you retire and when you're working, and there's still funds coming in. And I know he made like he said good investments, and he got money coming in. But is not like it was when you were in your prime. And so, but if you're still living like you were in your prime, but the money's not coming in, and then you got to remember, inflation. the money, a dollar ain't what it was yesterday. Or,
and the market then went down and all kind of stuff.
the U.S. dollar's losing strength day by day, and so I'm assuming that, or also maybe he put investments. Like sometimes you have money, but you're not liquid, right? Like people have money wrapped up in properties, investments that they can't get liquid. So if you have an emergency, you really have no liquid cash to, because all your money's wrapped up in these different, I don't know, stocks, REITs, all kind of different things, right? So it just depends. But I don't want to claim this man broke because who am I, right? I mean, he's still richer than all of us, right? So it's just that I still don't understand. Like you have such a head start. Like, how did you get to this place where you need an advance? Like, have we confirmed the whole advance thing?
Manny Pacquiao did in that interview that I just talked about.
I played the
He
interview
said that
earlier
they
with
gave
Manny
him that.
Pacquiao.
Yeah, that quote I just read that Manny said, that was his exact quote. That they gave him the advance, and word on the curb is that he got 2 advances for a
Who
fight.
is they? Who was they that gave the advance? Like what?
I guess the promotion.
It's kind of like how a record label give a rapper in advance. It's the same. I guess, the promoter can give you an advance on your purse.
Okay. Right. The idea of him needing an advance worries me.
But I thought that was illegal. I thought you couldn't get any money before your fight. It has to go in escrow. They can't give it to you. That's what.
Well, maybe that's what he got. If he was able to get the loan, show the upfront money that he got the money.
I think it depends. And hey, Mr. Greg, I saw you shot me out earlier. But yeah, you're right. Maybe he's badly over leveraged. I don't know. Again, I'm not the money person, right? But I do understand certain basics. But it made me think. I wonder what Tank said was correct. Does he owe folks? Like, why do you need all this money all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Remember when Tank said that? And I didn't pay Tank no mind because we all know Tank a little, baddie sometimes. He's, he get mad. He'll say anything. So I didn't pay no mind. But when it's brought up in the lawsuit that he said that, like he didn't mention Tank's name, but he brought up what Tank said in the lawsuit. Like it's in there. And then I'm like, well, maybe you do. Oh, I don't know.
But you see, he owe a lot of people money.
Right, but for what?
Because he owed people jet fuel companies and shit he done ran off on because he ain't paid them. I guess he IOUing people because he Floyd Mayweather. He owed rent for condos he was living in, expensive condos. He owed like $100,000 for 3 months of rent.
He got homes. He got a home.
Man, I don't know what Floyd be doing. He just owe like all his rent. He owed car companies for cars that they let him take off the lot and he pay for. Just all kind of crazy stuff.
Well, this is and the situation ain't getting no better because the U.S. dollar is shrinking in value. You thought you owe fuel now, baby. I don't know, but yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I'm interested to see what happens with that.
He also owed that jewelry company.
Jewelry, man, they gonna return that jewelry and be done.
Then they just saw Floyd buying an $18 million watch. I'm like, Floyd, like you're not making enough money to be doing all this, bro.
Let me tell you something. I could become a trillionaire tomorrow. I ain't buying no $18 million watch.
No,
I mean, if you got $1 trillion,
that's never
that
that
serious. If you got $1 trillion, Juke, that ain't nothing.
But there's nothing you did in that watch. That watch better wake me up, cook my breakfast.
But $1 trillion, 18 million ain't nothing.
I know it ain't, but maybe I'm too frugal. I don't care. I ain't got the more money I make, the more frugal I am. No, ain't no watch worth 18 in my mind. And I love diamonds. I like the shimmer and the glimmer. I do. But $18 million watch is just, and I know that's a drop in the bucket for him, but like, no.
Did y'all see Rolly respond to Devin now?
What happened?
Did y'all see Rolly respond to Devin?
Yes, that Rolly and Devin been going at it, and it's been absolutely hilarious.
Oh, like the recent stuff? Yeah.
You seen the video?
Like the other day? Talking about the other day?
No, today. You seen the video?
No.
What video?
I was at work today, y'all. I'm behind.
I got it.
Turn off this timer. It's a little loud. Oh man. I just want everybody to know something real quick, you know. I truly, and when I mean truly, tried my Jesus Christ is King. Absolutely. Okay, but I want everybody to know. I tried my absolute hardest to make this Devin fight. Give him 50% of the split of everything. And apparently it's not enough money, but I mean, it's a unification. It's on PBC. It's on Amazon Prime. It's a pay-per-view, all that stuff, right? And on top of that, you get Amazon promoting, you get PBC promoting it, you get me promoting it, because Devin cannot promote anything to save his life. We're talking about a dude that was on my undercard. So it's actually insane. It's actually insane. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's afraid to get hit. He's obviously afraid to get hit. I mean, we saw what we did to Ryan with no effort at all. So can you imagine what I do to Devin? Devin only does good when fighters are slow and have no power. Yeah, you know, I might give away like 10 pairs of boxing shoes to some kids. I'm definitely going to do that, actually. I'm going to do that right now. No, you call him Debo because Debo got hit in the face with a brick. You don't hit women. Oh, man, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Devin's a woman. Not enough. He didn't make anything when he fought Ryan. He acts like he did, but he didn't. I mean, bro, dude didn't do no pay-per-view numbers. The fight was a complete mess. And like, bro, he didn't make the money he said. You truly believe? I want everyone to know. You truly believe Ryan and Devin both made $30 million, right? Wait. They both claim to make $30 million, right? You truly believe that? When they did like what, 150K pay-per-view buys? Do the math, right? And on DAZN, like, just do the math real quick, right? Let's just say $100 a buy. That's $15 million. Am I right or wrong? So how do you both make $30 million? And then you got production costs, you got this, you got that, you got at least $5 million in expenses. You got to pay the undercard, you got to do all this stuff, right? And then Ryan obviously got the higher end of the money. Do the math. Do the math. Oh, on top of that, the promotion was horrible too. Nobody even knew if Ryan was going to make it to the fight. No, before tax, no, that's still a lie, bro. I'm telling you, they did not make no $15, $20 million. Like I said, if everything in the pot was, I'm telling you, it doesn't add up. The math don't add up. Remember that. Just do basic math. He just don't want to fight because he's scared. Why haven't you got the G80? I don't know. I like the F80. But, I mean, dude, most fun car of all time is Evo 10.
All right. So Rolly came out. He told his side. Is that y'all first time seeing that? And if it is, what's your 2 cents? What you think about it? But let me get this super chat from Big Dog Willie. He says, with the $10 super chat, he says, Tankamaniacs, versus the Hanos clan is at its apex in their forever war. Tank Davis with the kung fu grip on his stripper mistress, and Haney ducking the hell out of a C-plus fighter. In his words, damn. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. All right, what y'all got?
Jupe, what you got? What do you think, Jupe?
I will say this. I like my Rolly. I do. Maybe I'm a little biased, but okay, I am a little biased. I like Devin too. I don't like his fan base, and I don't like people around him sometimes. I don't like that they lie on folk. I actually like Devin. I think he's a really good fighter. But my heart goes out to Rolly because I just think he's made fun of so long and he's come such a long way. And I just like he's such a overachiever. But based on what he said, it makes sense. But I will say this too. I know people are like, oh, is he said, she said at this point, right? Because we can go and pick apart what Rolly said and pick apart what what Devin said. What Rolly said made sense.
LJ, you need to put
what Rolly's saying does make sense in the fact that you are a person like for example, when Canelo went to PBC, they paid him a really good hey, we're gonna guarantee this because they knew for a fact because he had the sales to back it. It's the reason why all these people would love to have Tank, right? It's the reason why people love to have if Floyd comes back, I don't care how old he is, they're gonna take it, right? Because this money, you built your name to that point. It's the reason why Mike Tyson can keep coming back. There are certain people who names it just stands for itself. And so I think what Rolly alluding to is like, okay, you're complaining about this deal, but it's a good deal considering where we're both at. And that's what he's saying. When you were with Ryan, you didn't make that type of money. And we found out it's true because he initially tried to tell us they're making over $35 million, but then you tried to sue and you didn't make all that right. So it makes sense. And you want people to invest more than what you can bring back. But to me, the big thing is this. Rolly has never been hard. I've never heard until today that Rolly is the person that's hard to make a fight with. I've never caught Rolly in a lie. Have y'all? Am I tripping? Like Rolly, we might say he a little weird or whatever, but a liar, I can't really say.
Yeah, you never hear nobody have it. It's the Haneys is the common denominator, and
right.
It's almost like just let me know when you announce the fight. We go through this. Okay, it's a cycle. Every time after Devin fight, they call everybody out, everybody duck them. It's a whole big deal about that. Then they finally find somebody they want to fight, and then it's a whole big deal about the negotiations, and then they just end up fighting somebody that they never even mentioned. It's the same
every time. And to say, I'm talking about this has been going on for years. Like this has been a pattern. Like at the end of the day, who has drama with every single solitary fight they've ever made, no matter who the promoter, no matter who the stable is? And I'm sorry, it's Devin. I'm sorry.
But the drama don't even be with who he finna fight. Let me get these 2 super chats. Shout out to Rare Breeds Boxing Talk 6515 with the $10 in the super chat. He says, shout out to the queens holding it down with the good boxing content and talk. Shout out Rare Breeds. Shout out to Big Dog Willie once again back in the super. The $2 says boxing is crazy when Rolly is the beacon of truth. Shout out to Rolly told a lie. When is Rolly telling? What he got to lie about? Rolly don't have nothing to lie about.
Rolly always been the beacon of truth, but I think you missed another super chat. I think. Did you?
Oh, let me see. Oh. No, I got that one. No, I think I'm good. All right, go ahead. Well, Key, what you got, Key? Key with the T.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You got
sorry.
What'd you say, Jupe? I was saying, I thought you saw. Maybe am I tripping? You got? Did you read the two $10 super chat you got? I just want to make sure you read. Sorry.
Yeah, I read them.
Okay, my bad.
Um, to answer your question, I don't think I've ever heard Rolly lie. Um, and I think that first of all, can we give Rolly props for even we quiet Big Supreme for even sending Devin a contract like saying I want to
No.
fight you. Like
I
that's kind
mean,
of
well,
that's
he
low
get
key
props for
like
that.
crazy, bro. Because nobody in their right mind would think about this. I know, and I could be honest with myself. A year ago, I would have never said Rolly is gonna not only call out Dev but send him a contract to fight. I would have never, never in my and this is not me crapping on Rolly or anything like that. It's just I
Yeah, I
didn't
feel
think that
like
they would
Rolly and
ever
Devin was
come
gonna
at each
fight each
other.
other. I think they was. I always feel like they would fight each other eventually. That's why I've
I
always
just
thought
thought
for the
that
fight.
Devin was gonna say his name, but I ain't never think that this it would have went this far. Like, wow. I like shout out to Rolly. Obviously, Rolly, like, it's whatever. Um, and for him to bypass his mandatory Gaiasov, who's gonna be fighting Jack Catterall, and I think Jack Catterall is ranked number one under Devin. So
So
basically
speaking
both
of
of their
that
number
fight, though, how y'all
ones
see
are
that fight
fighting.
going? How y'all see that Jack Catterall Giasol fight? What y'all think about that fight?
That's actually a really good fight.
I gotta watch some more film. I really don't got no opinion about it right now. What about you, Drew?
That's a really good fight. Jupe, what you think? You said,
My bad, y'all. I was on mute and couldn't find the button. Uh, I give. Yeah, I mean, I will say this: the people who are praising Xander for accepting the Boots fight, if that's where we're taking it, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're contenders in the same division, we shouldn't have to praise you guys for fighting each other. I agree with that. That's two
That's
cent,
what,
and I get
yeah.
where you're coming from. 2 cent, I 1,000% agree. So when it pertains to the people who are like, "Oh, Xander is fighting Boots," to me, this is even more extreme because according to them, because I've heard people say that Xander might not be the strongest champion at 154, but I've never heard people say Xander's trash. Rolly has been called trash for the last 4 to 5 years. So him sending out a fighter to people, to a man who people claim is one of the best fighters in boxing, and saying let's do it, deserves even more praise than Xander should against Boots, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm just kind of juxtapositioning those 2 points, right? Now you shouldn't have to because y'all both contenders in the same division. But Xander was never trashed for years on end. Rolly's been called the R word, he's been called trash, he's been called stupid, dumb. He's the worst. I've heard people say he's the worst champion in all of boxing. And so now you have the worst champion in all of boxing saying, "Hey, I'm ready to mix it up with what some people deem as the pound for pound top three." If anyone deserves praise, is Rolly. I'm sorry. If you're gonna, you can't praise Xander and not super praise Rolly.
Oh, they haven't even said they haven't had no praise for Rolly at all. They haven't even
None.
crossed
And Rolly
anybody's
has,
no,
lips.
and they're still crapping on Rolly, even with what we know about the negotiations. Rolly
and
is still being viewed as the bad guy. Like how?
everybody talking about, oh, Xander got the experience. Rolly has less experience. Rolly didn't even start in boxing.
He only got 19 fights.
Rolly didn't start in boxing. Rolly started
Roland
in
started
kickboxing.
in karate, taekwondo,
Right.
something.
He started learning as a professional. See,
And
people
he's
don't
taking
take that
them.
in mind when they want to bring up his losses and
Right.
stuff.
So, and
Like,
that's my thing with these folks. That's what's annoying to me. If you're gonna praise someone, if anyone should be getting praise, it's Rolly, because Rolly is like he's the one that's supposed to be out of his depth here. He's the one who started in kickboxing. He's the one who's been knocked out twice. And he's like, hey, I will fight the most technically sound boxer that y'all say in all of boxing, which is supposed to be my kryptonite. Why?
And he's sending him the contract.
And his team is paying for everything. And all they're saying is, hey, from that revenue, can we just like make back what we lost? Can we just make back? And they were like, no, you can't. No,
you can't make back what you lost.
You can't make back what you lost. What? It's crazy.
Pay me first.
They're like, no, let's take a loss like Turkey does. Just keep taking a loss. Like, it's crazy, right? And now people are defending, like, no, they shouldn't make any loss. I should get all profits. PBC should have all the losses, and that's just the way the world should work. It's insane. But I'm independent. I'm so independent, but I also don't have to invest anything.
So aircraft carrier, Rolly don't deserve his credit. Aircraft carrier, is that what you saying?
He deserves more credit than Xander.
That Rolly don't deserve no credit. Why do you feel like that, aircraft carrier? Can you expound on that? I'm just curious. Like, why do you feel like Rolly doesn't deserve credit for putting his belt on the line, sending a contract to somebody who everybody believes is absolutely about to wash him? Ain't that the stuff y'all praise? But now because it's Rolly, he don't get it. He don't get that same thought process and credit. I just be curious sometimes how the logic be logicking with y'all. I'm just asking. You're entitled to your own opinion over here. You already know. But I'm just curious, like, why do you think that? That's all. That's all.
He's just saying stuff to be saying stuff.
Rolly chasing his dreams like the slow kid that makes varsity. Cut it out, Big Supreme.
There's something wrong with them. I mean, but you know, Jupe is right though. Like I said, if y'all would have told me a year and a half ago that Rolly would have been on this crazy run after being TKO'd by Pitbull Cruz, I would have been like, nah, bruh. And here we are, and now we have people painting Rolly as the bad guy for doing something that y'all have held Devin, that they couldn't hold Devin to the standard of sending the contract.
I mean, I've been waiting on Big Rolos to come. I've been telling people Rolly coming through. I've been telling people be on the lookout for Rolly.
And that's all I'm saying. Like, if we're gonna, like, I'm not saying anyone should get extra. I'm with you two saying no one should be getting extra credit. But it kind of clip what you were saying about how everyone was praising Xander about taking on the Boots fight. Xander, you're the champion. You're the unified champion. Boots is a contender. Now we see the skill of Boots, yes, but this is what makes title defenses so great. You're want to show that, hey, I know y'all see this guy with all his bells and whistles. Watch how I get through this. That's the beauty of title defenses that I'm saying about, right? That's the beauty of it. You're gonna have title defenses that are hardcore that you wouldn't have been like. Of course, you can't plan them all out, and that's what Xander's doing. So I actually respect it. What I'm saying is, all they claimed is that unification. If they try to tell me now again. Just to make it clear, I won't give Devin any credit for fighting Rolly because you trashed him so much. I'm sorry. You supposed to get Rolly up out of there. Y'all said he was trash. That's why I don't understand why he needs why you need all this extra money to fight someone. To me, that's an easy belt. Because when I said, why you want to fight Rolly after you trashed him, his fans told me, he has a belt. He's in the way. It's an easy, quick belt. Okay, then we shouldn't be arguing about money. You shouldn't even worry about it. This would be the easiest bout of your life. You said he was easy. I've never seen people argue over a fighter that's supposed to be an easy mark, has no experience in trash. I've never seen it until now. That's what's so crazy to me. This guy, we got on Virgil for wanting more for Boots, but that's kind of understandable. This is Rolly. How much extra do you need to get past him and get that easy belt? Unless you don't think he's easy. So I just feel like at the end of the day, this is the time where, like, the truth comes out. There shouldn't be no hiccup. Devin should have took that quick in a hurry. Get an extra belt. Boom, boom, bada boom. I'm gonna cut through him like soft cheese and be done.
Apparently he
that
needs a lot of money for an easy fight. So that's
right.
how they operate.
For easy fight. I don't understand.
I still think that they were clout chasing him. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
You think they was clout chasing Rolly? They've been calling Rolly out since their last fight.
I just think that they were. Man, I don't even know if they really wanted that fight. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I wouldn't be surprised if by next week.
You don't think
Devin is fighting somebody else? No, because I've seen this.
Oh, y'all
playbook
think
before.
Devin will fight Stanionis?
Why not?
Yeah, why not? That's the one that you know what? I would love to see Devin fight Karen. I keep saying that.
I think Karen got a fight already. I think
that's a really good fight.
We don't really know who's available at 47. Is Stanionis available? Because I heard a rumor he gonna fight Stanionis.
Oh, he could fight Alexis Rocha.
Man,
ain't he at 147?
I don't want to see that. We seen enough of Rocha. Rocha needs to go.
When's the last time Alexis Rocha even had a fight?
Like a few. He just fought, if I'm not mistaken.
So he might be fighting. You know what? I looked it up, y'all. Stanionis last fought in September of last year, so he fought about 5 months ago, and he won. And he went 10. It was a 10 rounder. He won 10 rounds, and he won by unanimous decision. But it was in his country, in Lithuania. He's Lithuanian.
Tiger Johnson. Josh is right. Tiger Johnson.
No. Okay. Well, I can't say no. Everybody has their opinion. If I feel like, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know how old Sean Haney is. I feel like that needs to be Tiger Johnson versus Sean Haney. Haney.
He just started
He's
fighting.
An amateur.
He
only got 2 amateur fights.
Okay, but then why are you bucking up at professionals?
That's true.
No, stop bucking up at professionals talking crap. Don't do that then.
Oh yeah, that's right. Arnold Barboza. There's also rumors about Devin versus Arnold Barboza. Hey, old school. There's also y'all like
Arnold. Isn't Arnold still that one?
Oh yeah, I heard a rumor about him fighting Arnold Barboza maybe.
Boo! Isn't Arnold still at 140?
He might come up and fight.
I think he's at 1. I think he moved up to 147.
And that's what sucks. Like the beauty of like us wanting undisputed and seeing everybody fight everybody, like a certain class of fighter, like a certain era of fighters. The beauty of it is that we did get what we asked for. The sad part is that now that whole division has to rebuild, and it can take years. And that's why 147 is so like blah, right? Yeah. It's because it had like we had an extension of it, which kind of kept alive with Boots. But the minute Boots went up, 147 became a wasteland. So Lewis Crocker got to fight, right? Lewis Crocker's fighting Paro, right?
Yes.
And then Rolly? So Giasov is fighting Catterall. Am I wrong?
Yep. Giasov fighting Catterall.
So in Devin, I'm looking at the rankings. Devin's he's got Manny and Tio. Manny, I don't see it. I think he's gonna eventually get that Floyd fight.
Tio about to fight Ryan.
And I don't like that fight either. Why would you fight him coming off a loss? It's a stupid fight.
Yeah, that's a stupid fight.
It's dumb.
Stupid.
Karen Kukadjian has a fight. The next
ain't nobody saying Karen name.
Right, but Karen got a fight, to my understanding, right? I heard Karen Kukadjian has a fight lined up. I heard he fighting
I would love to see Blair Cobbs versus what number is Blair Cobbs?
In which rankings? I'm looking at all different rankings.
I don't think Blair Cobb ranked nothing.
I don't see Blair Cobb's name in any of the 4
rankings. He used to be. Oh Lord Jesus!
I'm looking at all 4 rankings. I don't see Blair name at all. I'm looking so for example, WO. I'm sorry. I didn't miss the wrong division. 147 is Devin Haney. Number 1 is Jack Catterall. He has a fight. Number 2, Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao is about to fight Floyd. Number 3 is Teofimo Lopez. Ryan about to fight him, and it's a trash fight for Ryan, and it's a trash fight for Devin. Let him get a win on his belt. Number 4 is Karen Kukadajian. I'm hearing that Kukadajian is fighting Patty Donovan. I'm not sure how true that is. Have y'all heard that?
I haven't heard it.
I haven't heard it, but I
true.
wouldn't be surprised because I wouldn't be surprised.
But if Karen is free, oh yeah, absolutely. Like,
right, all things. Shout out to Blair Cobbs.
Hey, Dondrick say Blair with Don King, so go ahead and take him off the list.
Shut up, Dondrick. Hey, Zach B. How is T.O. over Karen? Because
think about that. T.O. is over Karen right now in the rankings. So he's number
after a loss.
Right. Karen been winning even by knockout, and Karen's number 4. That's how you know these rankings are ridiculous. Number 5 is Brian Norman, who Devin beat for the belt in the first place. Number 6 is Liam Paro, who's about to fight Crocker. Number 7 is Rohan Polanco. I'm trying to remember who he is.
That's Rohan Polanco on the list, number 7.
He's number 7. Rohan Polanco, number 7. Number 8 is Delonte Johnson, who is affectionately known as Tiger. Number 9 is Ricardo Salas Rodriguez. Again, these are the WBO rankings. Number 10 is Suleiman Cisco. Yeah, so the WBO rankings is kind of trash right now. They kind of
he pretty much besides Karen.
Yeah,
he pretty much smooth selling.
Yeah, easy ride. I guess it's Karen. I heard that Karen might be fighting Patty Donovan. I don't know. I can't remember where I heard it from. I could be making it up in my head. I don't know, but I could have sworn I heard that. I would say definitely do Karen, because that's kind of like a fighter that you can at least compare yourself with Boots and build that fight. Or if you don't build that fight,
hold on. How are Boots fans trying to boost Karen when we talking about the ring rankings, Frito?
This is the WBO rankings.
I mean, we talking about the WBO rankings.
WBO
we didn't make up the WBA
He's
rankings.
number 4.
The WBA got him 4. How are his fans trying to boost him when he ranked number 4 in the what are you talking about?
He's ranked number 4 in the WBO. So Devin has a WBO. Karen is ranked number 4.
So he could do a defense with Karen.
Yes, he could do a title defense with Karen because Jack Catterall has a fight. Manny Pacquiao is in talks with Floyd. T.O.'s number 3. He's in talks with Ryan. So your highest ranked available fighter right now is Karen Kukadajian. Unless he's in a fight that we don't know about. We ain't did it. The WBO rankings. I don't even go by ring because I already know ring is biased. I'm looking at the rankings for, like, if you go to boxing scene, they show you all the rankings all at once. You can look at WBC, all the 4 sanctioning bodies. And right now, Karen's number 4 for Devin's belt, the WBO.
So that's okay. There we go. That's an opponent. Why he just can't fight Karen? And I don't know when you say why he can't fight Karen, everybody gets so upset. Like, what's the problem?
That's a good fight. That's a great fight.
That's a great fight.
I haven't seen Devin fight that style before. Again, to me, I'm a big person about styles. I would love to see that stylistic matchup.
Yeah, me
Who
too.
you got
That's
in that
really
fight?
fight?
Ooh, I gotta think about it.
Because Karen can crack.
He can crack. And so let me tell you, normally I would have said Devin, but let me tell you why I think Karen presents a problem. Devin output has been extremely low. And Karen is going to take chances and going to add some pressure. And so I want to see how Devin responds. You're gonna have to up the output. So if not, you're gonna lose on points unless Devin can somehow. Because I do think Devin has more power at 147 because he's not cutting as much weight. Unless he can time, this would be like the opposite reverse. Devin would have to, if he's going to keep that low volume, he's going to time Karen coming in, with all that volume and counter him and hurt him. Because that low output, like that 60, 70 punches a fight, is not going to work with Karen Kukadajian. Yeah. Karen is actually, last thing, what Karen made me of? Karen is like a bigger Lomachenko who can also fight on the back foot.
Yep. I think he got better footwork than Loma.
He just don't have the accolades. But Karen, we saw what the challenges Loma presented. Karen is from the same place as Loma.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't get to start as fast. He didn't get the promotional backing, but he's a bigger, more powerful Loma who can also fight on the back foot. That I would love to see that fight.
I got
How did Boots underperform with Karen when he 12 zipped him the first fight and he only lost 3 rounds the second fight? What are you talking about? What do y'all be talking about, man? Y'all just can't be honest and give people credit. That shit is weird to me.
Who said he underperformed?
I think that's Too Rich. Or no, Fredo. I have to be honest with you, for Devin versus Karen, I wouldn't be surprised if that end up in a draw.
I think Karen will beat them.
No, but actually I got Karen in that fight. I think Karen I think Karen's footwork will be the difference in how he, you know what? The same thing I said about Rolly. If Rolly can close the distance real quick and take
Brian
away
Norman was
Devin's
closing the
jab,
distance. Brian
nah,
Norman
not
was
like
closing the
that. And
distance.
he that Brian Norman was too slow. It was like
No,
I
Brian
think
Norman
Brian
was
was slow in
closing.
that fight.
No, Brian Norman was closing the distance on Devin, and that's why I say Rolly gonna be able to get to him because I think Rolly faster than Brian Norman, and Brian Norman was closing the distance on Devin without a jab. It's just once Brian. That's why you seen all that grabbing. Once Brian Norman got in, Devin would just grab him. So the back half of the fight, Brian Norman was able to get to Devin. So
I think, to be honest with you, but I still felt like with some of his shot selections, the reason why Devin was able to avoid some of them really a lot is because Brian was a little too slow. I think, but I don't think that that would be Karen's problem.
yeah,
I got Karen in that fight, low key.
uh,
I think Karen. Yeah, I
too
think Karen
rich.
beats.
Too Rich want to go see Devin fight Charlo. It's a lot of people calling for Devin versus Charlo. What y'all think about that fight?
Where did that even come from?
People think Devin can beat Jamel Charlo.
I mean, I'm cool with that. I actually think I've been saying for a while that Devin is a bigger guy. I think he would do fine at 154. I've been consistent that Devin Devin has been like,
Juke trying to see Devin end up in the hospital.
no, I'm not. No, I promise you. Okay, look at Devin's career. Go back and watch all his fights. Is he not drastically bigger than 99.9% of everybody he fights?
Yes, he is.
The only person that's the most comparable maybe was Brian Norman. Maybe, but I still think he has the size advantage over Brian. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm lying. It's probably Ryan. Ryan is probably the most comparable, right? So he clearly is a bigger guy. And I think I've always said that people always make fun of him for like, oh, he ain't got no power. I never thought that Devin don't have power. I've insisted that I think he does. He just don't use it that way. He's not a knockout artist, but I don't think he's he was called him pillow fisted. I don't believe Devin's pillow fisted. He's just not a knockout artist. However, as he's shown, he can hurt you, and we've seen it. Why? Because he's moving up and he's cutting less weight. But he doesn't need to beat these small guys. He didn't need his full strength to beat a Loma because Loma's tiny. He didn't need a full strength to beat Cambosis because Cambosis is tiny. He don't have to perform at 100%. They're tiny. Like the average, none of us need to be full strength to beat a kindergartner. I think that's what's happening. So if he goes to 154, now you're finally actually fighting people who are closer to your size than any time in your career. So it's not that I want to see him knocked out. It's just that Devin has, in my opinion, married himself and associated himself with smaller guys. So people see him as a smaller guy, and he's not.
What's that got to do with him beating Charlo?
He's always been closer in size to Bud and Spence than he was to Loma and Tank. Always. But he ingratiated himself and got himself linked to the smaller guys. So when he does fight people his size, it looks like he's moving up. He's not moving up. He was always that size. He was just fighting a lower weight class for the advantage. I've been saying this for years.
But why do people think that he can beat in all of that you just said? What makes people think he's gonna go from that to beating Jermell Charlo?
Because they probably know his true size.
Cocaine. That's what people are on. Pure
But
cocaine.
what I'm telling you is the size don't matter, Juke. That's not gonna help him beat Jermell Charlo.
No, okay. When it comes to Jermell, no, the size won't matter. That's when we will see his true gifts. His size has been a huge factor in his career, his entire career. Size has been the predominant factor, and I've been saying that people are like, "Oh, you hating on him?" No, I'm not. I just know what I'm looking at. Size has been the most important factor of his career, his whole career, which is why he is insisting upon. That's what has issue. That's why he wanted Tank, right? He felt like he know Tank. He's on camera saying Tank isn't even a 135 pounder. He's a 130 pounder. He wanted to fight him then, knowing he was a 147 pounder. He knew he always wants a size advantage. And that's why he went so hard. I mean, just hear me out. That's what he know. And so when he gets to the Jermell Charlos, yeah, he will be fighting someone closer to his size. But guess what? He has a built-in excuse to say, well, I jumped up to this weight. I'm chasing greatness. In reality, that's been your size the whole time. He built it in because now people associate Devin with 135, 140.
Y'all really have like a little diluted view of just how good Devin is. Is Devin a good boxer? He's a good boxer. He's a decent fighter. But y'all think he better than everybody, and he's not, y'all. He's really not.
And just let y'all know, Jermell, and let me just say, I don't know if people remember the back when the twins first came out as Charlos, the key differential was that Maul was mowing down folks. Mel was the pure boxer. Mel started as the pure boxer. He started getting knockouts when he went to Derrick James. But he is a back foot fighter at heart. So he might not move as much and grab and hold as much as Devin. But Jermell is a really good boxer. He really is. I don't know if y'all remember Mel's earlier career when they were both with Ronnie Shields. And I think Mel got tired of it because Maul became a bigger name because he was like, Maul didn't want to do all that movement. And Ronnie Shields trained them differently. So he went to Derrick James, and Derrick James, once he got Derrick James, he started doing more knockouts and he stopped moving as much. Until he had the rematch with the guy he won for Undisputed. That first fight, he had to move more, go back to his old bag. So, yes, Devin's a good boxer. He moves more. He's a little bit like fleet of foot than Jermell, but Jermell can box.
And I want to add,
he's levels above Devin. I don't know what these people are talking about. He's levels.
And I want to, and I want to add,
undisputed champion at 154 pounds. Are y'all playing with me?
And be one of the best. I'm sorry. Tony Harrison does have an immaculate jab. He fought Jermell, I will say, was a few people on his undisputed run fought the most drastically different challengers. He fought people who thought nothing alike, and I keep saying that matters.
And I want to also add in a very important.
Hold on,
okay.
Let me get the super chat real quick. Shout out to Band Up. $2 in the super chat. He says, ladies, Charlo mind wow. Dev gets done like Brian. Shout out Band Up. He get done worse than Brian. Y'all know he gave Brian Castano brain damage. But go ahead, Keith.
I also want to say this. Another thing that is missing from this conversation from the chat that has these guys down there that has this immaculate perception of Devin. 154, we're talking about a fighter that's been there for years. Okay. He's accustomed to the weight. He's accustomed to the weight gain that goes within after you hydrate and everything. He's been in there. He's had the toughest undisputed run out of all undisputed current undisputed champions. And y'all are asking Devin, who isn't even a true 140. We don't know what Devin is, to be honest with you, because he been playing around. He been shrinking down his weight for so long. Devin could low key be a 168, 160 fighter, but we won't know for some years. And then he's gonna go up to 154 and fight a Charlo. Like,
And
are
beat
we
him.
truly somebody? This is Charlo's weight. That's not Devin's weight. Like, are we? Is this really a conversation?
You know, I think, Key, I think so. Jamel is getting up in age, right? He's starting to age a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
His prime was at 154. At this point, we haven't seen Charlo fight at 154 in about what, 3 years? So maybe they're assuming he was 154, but when you take a break like that, cutting that weight, the older you get, the harder to cut
But
weight.
wouldn't you want to fight somebody at their best?
Jamel is little. I just seen him. He's small.
No, I agree. No, Jamel. I think Jamel's in. I agree. I'm just saying is that it is harder to cut weight as you get older as a man. I'm just saying because you start getting a certain weight that it's just, and I don't know. Maybe he can't. Maybe 154 be easy for him. But again, he hasn't made 154 in about 3 years. So maybe they're considering that, right? Devin's younger. He'll have some advantages. Maybe that's what they're considering.
None of
And
that matters. To be
Charlo's
honest
still
with you,
gonna do him dirty.
none of that matters.
I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying.
No, I get what you're
If
saying.
Mel is any version of his true self that he was in 154, Devin would be. Again, I think him and they're about to say it's not a big size difference between him and. I promise you. When I saw Devin next to Bud a few years ago, like 3 years ago, and when I realized he almost looked bigger than Bud, I said, "Oh, he'll want, yeah, he definitely he'll 154 pounder. He really
How
is."
was Jamel a bum when he was undisputed at 154? Y'all just be chatting.
What?
How was Jamel a bum?
I'm sorry.
Like, I don't understand what Frito for like be talking about. Like, he really
Yeah,
hating
he's
on
been
Jamel
cutting
in
up.
the chat, and I'm trying to understand like why.
Because he's saying Frito for Life's argument is that Devin not only beats Tony Harrison, but he beats Jamel Charlo.
I ain't gonna
That's what
lie.
he said.
Again, if Jamel is any version of his true self at 154, nah. Jamel has fought so many different styles, like so many different styles. He fought people. He's fought power. He's fought people who are
Everything.
again, like Tony. Tony has an amazing jack. Now I will say Tony does have a gas tank problem, so he fades at the end. But then
So,
again, Devin output drops at the end too.
but you know what's crazy, Juke, is that Devin beat Cambosis, Regis, and Brian Norman, but they're convinced that he beats Jamel Charlo and them the people that he beat, and all of Jamel Charlo opponents is better than all of them.
And then look
Oh,
at the weight
absolutely.
classes you're talking about, fluctuating, in which,
I think
again,
people forget, like,
Charlo been at 154. Like, are we? Is this a conversation? Fredo, you got to be tripping. Not to cut you off. What was you about to say, Jude?
no, I agree. Like, and that's the thing. They
So
keep
if Charlo beat Trash, what did Devin beat? Like, y'all gotta be careful what y'all saying. If
and
Charlo beat
that's the
Trash,
problem. That's the
what did
problem.
Devin beat? If Charlo beat, think about it. Devin beat, I'm gonna say it again, Cambosis, Regis Prograis, and Brian Norman Jr. If Jamel Charlo beat Trash, what did Devin Haney beat? Like, come on, man. Y'all just got to be honest.
And can I just say something about Jamel Charlo? Because I'm a Jamel Charlo fan. I ain't saying he don't get my nerves. Okay, but just what you said about Devin. So Devin, everybody say Devin's best win is Lomachenko, who came from 126, right? But fine, he's a 150 pounder. We all know Devin was bigger. And then he became undisputed with Cambosis. And then he fought, it was after a good win. It was his first fighter after fighting off a pretty good win, Castano, because he fought Regis off of, he looked trash. He fought Loma after fighting, he looked trash. Like a lot of his big fights were fights after they looked trash. Until he fought Brian Castano, who looked good in that fight. That's the first time. Kudos. That's his resume. And Devin had an extreme size advantage. Just to remind y'all about Mel's resume. Mel fought, and I'm talking about 12 years ago. He fought Gabriel Rosado. The Gabriel Rosado.
I remember that.
You forget the same Gabe Rosado who had been in middleweight and like he was like gave Danny Jacobs problems and they thought it was Rob and tough as nails. Jermell fought him 12 years ago. Okay, then he fought Bonas Monterosen. If you don't know who Bonas Monterosen is, then you just not a boxing head. You just shut the hell up. Okay. He also fought John Jackson, who now trains folks. Then he knocked out Erickson Lubin in one round. He's the reason why Erickson Lubin has been damaged since. Then he fought Austin Trout, the same Austin Trout that Canelo had problems with. Then he fought Tony Harrison, then rematched Tony Harrison. Then he knocked out James Rosario. Then he fought Castano. So yes, then he fought like Canelo. Like this man has fought people who are like a part of other legends' resumes, and you're comparing him to freaking Cambosis.
Well, let me ask y'all a question
like,
real
put some
quick.
Respect on this man's name.
I don't know why they do Charlo like that.
Harrison is seen as the best pure boxer. He's seen as one of the best pure boxers in all of boxing, but definitely the best pure boxer at 154. And he fought him twice in that first fight. I thought he won. He should have lost it. Rematched him. And then he fought the guy he won for undisputed, Brian Castano, gave everybody love Lara. Did he beat Lara or was it a draw? He gave Lara the hardest fight of Lara's career.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? I need y'all to like chill. So I need folks to chill and like watch some actual boxing.
Nah, they just got to put some respect on Jermell Charlo name. Like they think because they ain't like how he fought against Canelo, they could just disrespect the man. Like it's very weird to me. But switching gears here for a second, Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder versus Derek Chisora coming up tomorrow. What is y'all 2 cents about that fight? What y'all think about that fight?
Go Wilder. I'm rooting for Wilder. Y'all have no idea. Wilder said he won't undisputed. He want to fight Usyk and everything. Lord, that's a very tall order. I have faith in Wilder. I'm just hoping that his mind is right since he just got hit with that lawsuit from his stepson.
Did you want to speak a little bit on that key with the T? Do you have any tea
Oh,
about
yeah.
for those of you that don't know, Deontay Wilder has been hit with a lawsuit. Shout out to Devin Haney. This is the Devin Haney era. He's been hit with a lawsuit from his former stepson. I haven't read through the lawsuit or nothing, but apparently it's about years of his mama letting him be abused by Deontay Wilder. Did you want to expound and give more information? Like what's up?
Well, this is the one where I guess the son was taken off of his estate or something like that. Wilder has talked about his tumultuous relationship with the woman and her stepson in the past.
This is Tilly?
Yes. And so now the stepson has came and hit Wilder with a civil suit regarding years of abuse from 2016 to 2024. They include false imprisonment, battery, um, of course, mental anguish and
False
despair.
imprisonment.
False
Wow.
imprisonment, yes. And so he is suing. I don't see the amount yet. But of course, Wilder's lawyer has came out and said that it's frivolous. That they find the timing very interesting since he has to fight Chisora tomorrow. But I'm not happy, to be honest with you. I feel like dang, like I hate when I hear stuff like this. You know what I'm
But if you're
saying?
my child, how can it be false imprisonment?
There's a lot of ways you can do that. There's a lot of stories about that. Actually, to be honest with you guys, um, abuse, physical abuse, outside of drowning, which is the number one, drowning and car accidents are the two, culprits of children's death. But a distant third or fourth is abuse at the hands of parents or guardians.
So if I put
Actually,
you, if I put you on punishment in your room, that could be false imprisonment, and I say, "Don't you
no,
come
that's
out
not
of there."
false imprisonment. False imprisonment, when it comes to children, is locking them in the room for a substantial amount of time, no food, no water, not being able to come out. I've heard stories of nails being, reinforcing windows so they're unable to get out windows. But no, it's not punishment. Like say like a timeout. It's everything that
More
comes with it,
extreme.
for an
Okay.
intentional, and it has to be like an intentional abuse, right?
Mm.
So
Well, we
that's
got to
what
get that
he's
paperwork key so we can read through the lawsuit. You know how we do.
exactly. I definitely am. And I guess the years of, I guess, Wilder beating on him. Now there's a difference. Of course, we all heard the
Where
term.
was Telly? Where was Telly at?
I don't know where Telly was, but there's a term called corporate punishment.
Right,
Corporate
right,
punishment is a spanking, right?
right, right.
And so what he's alleging is that all of these things went above and beyond some time out and spanking, that it was open and closed fists, you feel me, in hands, and I
Damn, not
guess
Wilder punching them.
objects.
Not Wilder punching them. God
That's
damn,
what
Wilder.
look. That's what they're saying. I mean, that's what he's saying. So I'm of course, once it moves on, as this continue to move forward, I will. But they said that in the write up that I read, it said that he has presented um some type of form of evidence. Now, it didn't really go into details, but I do want to caution people, because that could be text messages, that could be him and Wilder going back and forth via text, and Wilder saying, "When I see you, I'm gonna slap the ish out of you." You know what I'm saying? Like, and that could be looked at, like it could be something like that. It reminds me, who remembers that case with Kirk Franklin and his stepson, or me, not stepson, his real son, his
I
biological
vaguely
son.
remember that a little bit.
That was like about 3 or 4 years ago, and his son, basically set Kirk Franklin up, like had him secretly recorded and put it all out there. It's all on YouTube. You guys can definitely check it out. And Kirk Franklin told his son that, "You keep playing with me, I'm gonna put my foot up yo, you know what." And so he literally said that in the recording. And so black folks kind of turned away because they like, quit playing with, that's your daddy, bro. Like, quit playing with that man. So it never really went anywhere. A lot of people sided with Kirk Franklin, and y'all know the black conservatives, religious folks in the black community, they don't play about Kirk. You feel me? Like, they
He need
love
to
Kirk
drop.
Franklin
He need
now.
to drop a lawsuit on Telly too.
Exactly. So that's the thing. That's the thing. But this is what that kind of reminds me of, is that Kirk Franklin situation of when the son got out of bounds and they had a spat. They had some issues going on, and I don't think that situation with Kirk Franklin went anywhere, and I doubt that this one will go anywhere with what the stepson is alleging.
Okay, okay. So Deontay Brown's mama Wilder now having litigation issues with his stepson. Put this
I
back
feel
in the
like
freezer for me.
everybody is just getting sued, bro. Like
I know, ain't
everybody
it
has a
weird?
lawsuit.
This lawsuit
Everybody.
stuff is getting out of control.
Jupe, what do you
And
think about that?
My bad. Girl, I don't know. It's a lot. I'm sitting here listening to everything you say. I'm like,
I don't know how Frito you talking about Duran and all these other people when we were talking about Charlo and Devin. You start trying to change the argument and argue about some other stuff, bro. Nobody said nothing about no Duran, Benitez, none of that. You bringing up all these extra fighters.
they know
We're
what?
not talking about them.
I've noticed a pattern. I think of the topic. I noticed a pattern. People do not like when you give Jermell Charlo his flowers, and I don't know.
They
I don't
hate
understand
it.
it.
I don't get it.
We get this disruption every time you give him any flowers. There's so much pushback, and I'm like, what did Jermell do to y'all?
And you know what? I see that they got that tape circulating around. You remember when he got into it with like a transgender man or something like that?
It was his sister's, his girlfriend's friend that is a transgender, and people thought the initial story was that he hit a woman,
Right.
and then it came out that the individual was transgendered and like a friend of the family or like a cousin or something like that.
Right. And so they started as soon as he came out and did that interview calling everybody out, like the next day they had that circulating around. And I'm like, why is this circulating around again? Like this has
Because
already
they
been
want
cleared up. We've already I guess because it's the same time the Tank situation, so it's like I don't know.
exactly.
It's just weird. It's just weird. But okay, Derek Chisora and Deontay Wilder. I really don't know who gonna win this fight. To be honest with y'all, I feel like Chisora done retired like 5 times, and
Listen, 15 times. And by the
he
way,
just keep coming back.
that very last link in the private chat, that's one of the documents that's more readable for that Floyd
Lawsuit.
yeah, it's just a more readable doc I posted. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I just wanted to let you know that.
What was I saying?
You were saying about
Derek Chisora.
Oh, Jake Chisora. So did y'all see that they had like a little glove gate issue?
Yes, they're trying to say that.
No, what? None of the glove gate.
Yes, they tried to say that Deontay Wilder gloves were not authorized or something like that.
Here
That
we go.
they weren't the correct gloves.
I'm
But they
sorry.
came out and said they were though. Right?
So
Right, it's been resolved, but that was a big Jupe. They were gonna I think they were like threatening to pull out the fight.
what was wrong with Deontay's gloves?
I guess either they weren't the right brand that he said that he was gonna be wearing or something like that. But it was a big deal. Derek Chisora team management made a really big deal this morning about it.
Okay. So,
Because they're ahead of us.
right. They're like 8 to 9 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes to what you were talking about. Okay, so I haven't spoken much on the Deontay Wilder stuff because like Deontay, like people think they know who my favorite fighter is and who I would go for. Like there's no one who I spent more money on in boxing than Deontay Wilder, right? I'm a big Wilder fan. I understand where he is at this point in his career. So this fight for me, I've tried not to speak too much about it because like I really don't want to see him get hurt, and I'm very, very nervous for him. Okay. And then this lawsuit hitting at the moment, right before you about to fight, which I'm sorry, does play into your psyche. You're already older gentlemen, and now you got this. They ask you about your gloves. You're in the UK. I just wish he would have stayed. Part of me feel like I really wish Wilder would stay with Showtime. I feel like everything would have been different if he just stayed. And now you're in the UK, they're challenging your gloves, but they didn't want to hear your challenges. It's just too much going on that's making me feel very nervous.
I mean, Wilder, I don't even know why he trusts them over there like that for real.
I feel like you know what I think about Wilder? I feel like Wilder always wanted the love. Okay, this is what I think the changing moment was. Fury versus Wilder 2, I think changed him forever. He came out, the crowd, I never get that. And that's what Daniel Kennedy, was still in boxing. And he came out and everybody was booing him and he like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's always been such a happy-go-lucky guy. And he was, I don't care what I say, he was cheating that fight. I know what the heck I saw. I know what the hell I saw. Right? And so that all happened, and I feel like it kind of messed him up a little bit. He had this inner turmoil, all these different issues. And I feel like, he's always wanted that. So he lost that fight. He lost momentum. And I think he always wanted the love. He rematched, and I think they overcorrected by making him too heavy. Deontay should not be. I think they did. I think he that. Now I still say he did a better job in that third fight. He did. He made some corrections, but it was an overcorrections. Deontay cannot be.
He got tired
because his natural body, like the way his body is built, he should not be fighting above 230 pounds. He's a lean person. He has a basketball figure, and he can't. Tyson Fury's been heavy his whole life, and I get why they did it because they were trying to combat the size differential. But that's just not what Deontay is. And I remember him talking about how he was doing all this extra eating that he didn't want to do to bulk up to that size. But that's not what your body does. Your body, you need the springiness. You need the, him. Part of him being wild is what made him him. And he did whatever he did. He lost that fight, right? And so I do think that hurt him to the point. I think he always wanted that praise. And I feel like the minute he went to Radia in Turkey, he finally got the praise. And so I think that's why he kept going over there, and that's why he's still over there now. But it's like they used you because look how they set you up with Joe Joyce. They gave you not Joe Joyce. The other guy,
Big Bang.
Yeah, Zane. But before Zane, they gave him Parker.
Yeah, the most active fighter.
Parker had 3 fights before he faced Wilder. They gave AJ a fighter who hadn't fought in a year. They set you up, boo. And so now
they set him up badly.
They paid him handsomely. They paid him handsomely.
And I never get that. When he first went to Radia, everybody was praising him. And I think he's like, this is finally what I wanted. All I wanted was the love and the praise and accolades. Yeah, because they were like fattening you up for the slaughter. You're fighting someone who fought 3 years. 3 times that same year. You hadn't fought.
And you've been inactive, and you was injured allegedly.
You were injured. You're fighting out of your element, and you're fighting someone who already fought 3 times that year. And remember, the UK and Saudi Arabia timeline is closer. We're further away. So that's why the UK fighters love going over there. It's not that big of a time difference for them. It's a difference of like Chicago, LA or something. For us, it's a whole day. It messes up your whole calibration. And so in this fight, I say all that to say, like, in this fight, I'm nervous for Wilder. And now you got this lawsuit. That's why I talk about this fight. But oh my God, in all my heart, I want Wilder to do well. But I'm nervous for him. And this just sucks. I don't like it. I ain't talked about it because it's bothering me. And I ain't got over seeing him hurt that first time. So I can't.
Oh man, I think I'm past. Like, at this point, you got to just accept it for what it is. These fighters go through different stages of their career, and I feel like Wilder is at the stage now where people are willing to fight him, because we can't act like Wilder wasn't having the hardest time finding fights, and 2, he's just selling his name at this point.
Right?
He's selling his name, and like Jupe said, he's finally getting the attention. See, it wasn't until he started losing that he got the attention.
Facts,
right?
And that's why I'm gonna be completely authentic with y'all. That's part of the reason I don't like Eddie Hearn. I feel like Eddie Hearn, I blame him for ruining the heavyweight division.
Yeah. You want to expound on that?
Yeah, I just feel like Eddie Hearn, during that time, we had the opportunity to get AJ versus Wilder. They were both undefeated. Wilder accepted he was the B side. You can go back and look at his when he was talking to Charlemagne and got all that. He accepted that role. He had I got so much receipts on that whole situation. And the fact that I'm sorry, hold on a second.
Yeah, man. So we're gonna see what's up with Wilder tomorrow, King. I think after
My
tomorrow,
bad,
King,
y'all. My bad. I had
you
to
can make
I had a call.
a better assessment about Deontay Wilder. Because it's been like
Oh,
fights. He ain't really been looking too hot his last 3 fights.
No, he hasn't, but
I don't know how many more fights Key got to see before she just be honest that Deontay Wilder just ain't Deontay Wilder, like he ain't Wildering like he used to. But we'll see after tomorrow.
I have faith. I'm just hoping the Zane fight he was injured, so I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll see a different Wilder.
Well,
I'm
we
hoping
gon'
his jab and stuff gonna be. I hope I'm. Man, I'm just hoping
he
Wilder ain't
always look good
tripping.
on them videos working with Malik Scott, but he don't be looking like that in the ring.
I mean, but
We're gonna go around the panel. We're gonna give our final 2 cents. Shout out to everybody that joined me today. Been on here for about 4 hours. It's past 12. Y'all know my time limit. Shout out to the ladies that joined me on the panel. Key with the T and Chef Juke RD in the building. Shout out to everybody that joined me in the chat. Frito for Life, J-Man, Aircraft Carrier, Stefan, Curtis Robinson, William Old School, J-Man 96, David Lynch in the building, Band Up, Dondrick Nim. Shout out to all of y'all for joining me today. Key, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
not much. They still arguing about Duran and stuff in the chat. But thank you guys so much. I can't wait. I'm definitely gonna be tuned into the fights tomorrow. As I am cleaning and everything, I got so much cleaning to do this weekend. It's ridiculous. But and work. But I'm gonna definitely be tuned in. I'm gonna see if it's that time. If it's time for Wilder to go ahead and just ride off into the sunset, you feel me, and get family counseling. Because obviously that's what's gonna be needed after this whole situation. With the stepson and everything else. And that's pretty much it. Shout out to Juve, shout out to you. And I will Dondrick, so Juve, Dondrick said for you to yell at him. And I'll see y'all on Monday.
Shout out Key with the T. Thank you for coming up. Juke, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
hey, sorry, I had a call like right in the middle. I was cooking. So I don't really yell at him. Keep funny. Thank you so much for having us, 2 cent. I appreciate this every week. You know, I love cooking boxing with the ladies. I was just wanted to expound a little bit on what I was saying about the whole Eddie Hearn thing. I don't know how long people have been around in boxing, but there was a time where Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua were both on Showtime. They were both fighting on Showtime. Their fights within a week or two of each other was on the same timeline. We had the perfect opportunity to get undisputed, right? And so the reason why heavyweight so lackluster, I do blame it on Eddie Hearn. You know, Wilder accepted his role, and but at the time, Eddie Hearn had to star in AJ, who had kind of like after he beat Klitschko, was this ascending star, and he tried to make him a crossover star in the United States. And so, and again, he had to zone. He wanted to move AJ from Showtime, the same network that Wilder was on, mind you, right? mind you, they on the same network. AJ vs. Klitschko was on Showtime. It was free for us, pay-per-view over there. So you kind of were like blending the markets now. It was perfect timing. But then he had the zone, and then he wants to do his whole thing and use AJ to like take over the United States market, and everything went to so many divisions went to trash. It could have been beautiful. And so AJ said, "Give me 50 million." Wilder went to Al Heyman, got 50 million, offered to AJ. AJ said, "Nah, I know I said that, but blah blah." And then they started offering Wilder all these smaller weights. Wilder agreed to it multiple times, the whole rigmarole. And they just kept trying to hone it on the A side. And the A side, fine. Wilder accepted it, accepted whatever they gave. But he literally offered AJ what he specifically asked for. We didn't get the fight. So what did Eddie Hearn do? Because at this point, he's using AJ to build his brand in the United States and solidify him in the United States. So he's decided, I want a United States matchroom card where all my matchroom fighters will fight in the United States for the first time in Madison Square Garden. And they chose Gerard Miller to build that fight because Gerard Miller was from New York. And then Gerard Miller tested positive, so he fell out. And so as a last-minute replacement, they chose PBC fighter Ruiz. And the nightmare and the dream died. So my thing is, they built all that fight just to spite PBC and Wilder. They got another PBC fighter on the low thinking we're going to show out with him. He a fat, chubby guy. We can beat him. So instead of making the fight that people wanted, he sold AJ out for a smaller rate. Because again, Wilder had 50 million for him. He fought Ruiz for like 15 million, got knocked out, ruined the whole trajectory. And there goes the whole trajectory of the heavyweight division from there on. Because Eddie Hearn wanted to play those games. So that's why I will always look at him that way. And that's how we get the situation we are now with the heavyweight division. So then later on, we get Fury, and we know what happened with that, Usyk. And now that's why the heavyweight, that's why, again, they say where heavyweight goes, so does boxing. That, to me, really hurt the trajectory of boxing. We could have had the biggest heavyweight fight in the last 20, 30 years, but we didn't because Eddie Hearn wanted to take over boxing instead and denied that of us, right? He denied us. And so that's what pissed me off. And so seeing this Wilder fighting Derek Chisora and this situation, it makes me so angry, but I also want to see Wilder do well. But seeing him go to UK, the same people, the same area, it bothers me. I'm not going to lie. So I just felt that we could have had so much better for the sport, but we had people who just ruin things. But I didn't mean to ramble. I will say this: I agree with you, 2 Cent. I agree that Charlo deserves his respect, and I don't know what it is when you praise Charlo, because it happened in another live. I praised Charlo, and Bud fans got mad at me, and I don't know why. It's crazy. I mean, I didn't even mention Bud. We can't praise him, and he does.
It's weird. It's really weird. Like, as much as they Johnson Bounce undisputed champions, they act like they just completely disrespect Charlo. I don't get it.
And that's why he's saying, is it undisputed or like think just like I'm starting to think just like okay, we'll say Rolly was trash when he fought Tank, but now they want to fight him. It's a good fight. I'm starting to think of the same thing with Undisputed. Because, I mean, if anyone went through a gauntlet, it was Jermell had by far the hardest road to Undisputed. And another thing I realized, when you really know you did that, you don't got to always talk about it. Jermell doesn't bring up the fact that he was Undisputed every 5 seconds. Have you noticed that?
He sure doesn't.
But the people who had the easier routes to Undisputed bring it up every 2 business days.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, did you just see Bud tell Ryan go get an undisputed and then come to talk to me, something like that. Like, and they get on my nerves with that. Like, so somebody got to be undisputed to fight you. Like, cut it out.
Cause now, yeah, cause right, cause like, okay, if you say go become undisputed, then talk to me. There was a time where that meant, and I said it can depends. Like, who did you fight? That you okay? For example, Jermell, when he did to come undisputed, he had to fight every different style in the division to become undisputed. He had to fight a pure boxer. He had to fight a great knockout artist with footwork. He had to fight a Argentinian style that that Maidana put on Floyd that we all know is difficult. He had to do it twice. He had to fight Lubin, a young kid, more athletic, powerful. He had to fight like so many different styles to become undisputed. That's not what everybody did to become undisputed.
And then you want to talk about Charlo, but then cheer on Devin when he fought Kambosos, Regis, and Brian Norman Jr. Like, y'all don't keep stuff in perspective.
And the thing is, think about this. Devin got undisputed with only fighting Kambosos. One fight, one and done.
And it was Kambosos.
37 for, and I rate Spence highly. But that's a good win, Spence. But you have to fight one fight. Spence had to do all the hard, like the heavy lifting to fight all those different fighters. You didn't have, and I'll never forget Bernie said it. Bernie the boxer said it. I will never forget. He said, we're going to let him take all the wear and tear of collecting those belts. And we're going to be here at the end and wait to the end. We ain't took no damage. Because why? They got the easier fights at top rank.
Yep.
We're going to let Spence do all the hard work collecting the belts. He's beat up on, injured. We're going to wait in the wings. We're fresh. And we got that one guy, and now we're undisputed.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, that was smart. I give you all the credit. What do I think? Like, but that also means that there's an easier road to undisputed.
Yep.
And I'm not saying Errol Spence is easy. He's not. But it's different when you have to pick up each belt. It is. It just is. And the person who comes the closest to that is Jermell Charlo. So,
hey, y'all punch that like button as we wrapping up the live. I should have 100 likes by the time I get off of here. Let me get a like check. Where we at with the likes? We wrapping it up.
Yeah, but that's all I have for you too, Sin. Thank you so much for having us. I'm assuming. Oh yeah, isn't Tim Tszyu fighting tomorrow?
Is Tim Tszyu fighting tomorrow? I don't think so.
I just saw a weigh-in.
Y'all, is Tim Tszyu fighting tomorrow? Let me look that up, Drew.
I thought it was Wilder and Tim Tszyu. Was it next week? Was that a preliminary thing? I thought Tim Tszyu was fighting tomorrow.
Oh yeah, they say Tim Tszyu fighting tomorrow. Where Tim Tszyu fighting at? Is that tomorrow? Damn.
Yeah. PBC had a little like I saw the I was gonna ask you about that. We didn't get to talk. Yeah, he fights tomorrow.
Hey y'all, I need about 15 more likes. Punch the like button. I need 15 more likes.
Okay, well technically he fights Sunday, which I guess is Saturday for us. And it's gonna be on Prime. Yeah. He fights technically Sunday, kind of sort of Saturday for us. But yeah, because I saw like a final press conference and weigh-in or something.
Fredo, you better make sure you done punch my like button. Y'all make sure everybody punch the like button. If you hate watching, sneak watching, you hear every show because you don't like what I be saying, just punch the like button and make sure you subscribe too. If you're going to keep coming back to listen, you might as well subscribe to the channel. I see y'all returning viewers on the analytics, but y'all not punching the like and subscribe button. Just punch it.
Please like sis video. Come on, interact with it, share it, click all the buttons.
Come on, I need about 12 more likes to get to 100. I got 86. I need about 13 more likes. Yeah. I can get 13 more likes before we get up off of here. Juke closing us out. She cooking. She been told y'all how Eddie Hearn destroyed the heavyweight division. She let y'all know that the Jermell needs his respect. Like, y'all stop disrespecting Jermell Charlo because y'all ain't like the way he fought Canelo. Like it doesn't take away from anything he did before that. Like
Yeah,
I
he
don't
had
get
that
it.
one. He laid an egg with Canelo. I actually understand, but I'm sorry. I will always blame Eddie Hearn for heavyweight and middleweight. I'm sorry. Like when he gets control of a division, it don't go well.
Well, he
Again,
trying to use Boost to get control of 54, Juke.
no, he is. But that's like the example I made the other day. I think I made it on. I think it was on Dean channel. Just because someone has control of a division don't mean they're gonna do right by it. I told them my favorite division of the last like 6-7 years has been 154 because we got the best fights. Now it probably won pay-per-view fights, but it was the best fights in my opinion of the last 8 years. And everybody, the reason why there's so few, if you look at in division and you have like the least undefeated fighters, it's 154 because everybody fought everybody. People, it was the most upsets. And who had control of that division? PBC. They fought everybody. What happened with middleweight and 168? Eddie Hearn had control of it. The only people who got the actual opportunities were the UK fighters. Boo Boo went over there. Did he get any of the big fights? No. He said, I'm not giving Jamal Charlo these fights because he's not signed with me. And he just let Triple G and Canelo do what they wanted. And now a division that used to be like this amazing division kind of went to, crap, right? So he did the same thing at heavyweight, in my opinion. But, I just feel like
aircraft carrier, the heavyweight division is not back on track, bro.
No one cares about the heavyweight anymore. Like no one's like, I don't think he must not have been around. Okay, maybe he wasn't around when you gotta go a few years. I'll never forget when Wilder won his title because he was known as a knockout artist and he won by outboxing. I can't remember the name. 12 rounds, and then later AJ became a champion, and then he got all the belts. I mean, the other two belts, and like heavyweight. I'm telling you, if AJ and Wilder would have fought, it'd have been so huge because it would have been two people from two different continents. We end up getting Fury versus Usyk, which is fine. Think about it. We had an undisputed fight with Usyk and Fury. It was not a big fight. Had we gotten AJ and Wilder at the time we supposed to got AJ and Wilder, it'd been crazy. Like at their both peaks, they made heavyweight. Heavyweight has not been as exciting since they stopped being champions. Like y'all must not have been around. Like I'm talking about the UK versus USA.
Well, recently, ever since Fury won the heavyweight division,
it went down. And I'm sorry,
fell off a cliff.
I'm sorry to tell y'all, it's a pattern. Everybody love the Klitschko's, but everybody keep wondering. Heavyweight used to be the buzz of all the boxing, and everybody wonder what happened. Is once the Klitschko's got it, it was buzzing all throughout history.
With they boring ass styles.
I'm sorry. It was okay. You had all these different fighters. You had the GOAT. You had Ali. You had Frazier. You had Foreman. You had all these different fighters. You had later on the other big guy. You had Tyson. You had Lennox. You had Bo. Right? Had all that. And then you had, so now we got Lennox, and then we end up getting the Klitschko's. And once the Klitschko's got it, heavyweight dropped off a cliff. I'm sorry, it's true. It started to go back up once we had AJ and Wilder, but we never got the unification, and it went right back down.
Facts. And then you got Usyk, who's not even a heavyweight, the best heavyweight. We got
and this is another thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, and I promise you I'll be done. 2 Cent. I don't know if he was on KO channel. He talked about this fight that Usyk is about to have.
With the kickboxer?
Yeah, kickboxer. And the last time he fought was 12 years ago?
Yep.
Where's the outrage?
Turki putting on the fights people want to see, Drew.
I've never heard of this man before. I've never heard of that man before in my life.
He's not a boxer. He's a something else, kickboxer.
Right, but the last
and he fighting for a title, Drew.
Meanwhile, when Tank fought,
but these same people is mad because Ryan got 2 back-to-back title shots.
I can't get
when they haven't read the WBC rule books and don't understand that you pay your money to petition, and that's how you get put in those positions. That's simple as that. It's not them just picking you because they think they can make money off of you, like people are saying. No, they could afford to pay whatever they needed to pay to put themselves back in their position to get another title shot. And that's how it works. Like, y'all got to read these rules, and y'all can stop being on your feelings and trying to make y'all favorite fighters victims. Read the rules.
No, you're right. But what's making me upset is that the fact that when Tank fought Roach, oh my God, you're bringing up someone in size, despite the fact Roach is bigger and has just as many fights in 135. You're bringing up this guy trash fight when Keith Thurman's fighting Pandora. This is such a trash fight. I can't believe this. Okay, Tank wants to fight Jake Paul. Oh my God. Meanwhile, the guy y'all claim is the best fighter in the world is about to fight someone who has not had a boxing match in 12 years. And even then, he only had one. Usyk is about to fight someone who fights in a different style of fighting and hasn't done it in 12 years, and no one's in here complaining.
You ain't hear not one complaint all night.
I can't believe it. I didn't even notice it until Kel looked up his record, and he's about to get a title shot. But if Tank is about to fight Jake Paul, someone who has an advantage of 160 pounds, oh, this is terrible for boxing. Usyk is the undisputed champ. This undisputed heavyweight champion is the man in all of boxing because no one can beat him. And he's about to fight some random guy who ain't fought in 12 years, and no one's complaining. I'm done. Like, I don't know what's
not a peep.
The chat ain't even, the chat should be going. If this was Tank, the chat would be going wild.
Oh, I have about 80 people, 90, 100 people in here.
If Tank cost the wrong way, like, he got more flack for fighting a guy who's bigger than him than Usyk, who y'all claim is a great. What you mean leave Usyk alone? Aircraft carrier, I'll never respect you again. I will never respect you again. All that mess you talked, and you about to let Usyk fight. Okay, so, oh my God. You know what? The problem with boxing is the fans. I don't want to hear them complain about anything else. It's the fans.
It's just YouTube.
I don't want to hear about we don't get these fights. It's because y'all literally trash people. I've seen Tank trash for like this. People, he'll fight people in his ranking system. I don't care if he's your fighter. He's my fighter. No, ain't that? I like Tank. I still judge him. I'm still fair.
They say Jupe hold them accountable. What they say, Jupe hold them accountable. Ain't that right. What they like to say?
Where are y'all? I'm a woman. Why are y'all being groupie? He my fighter. Out of all that mess you talked over these years, aircraft character used to go so against me, and now when it's your fighter is different. I'm sorry, I lost all respect for you. Don't at me ever again. Don't at me ever again on nothing. You not a
don't do them like that, Jupe.
You don't like boxing. These men run their mouth. Oh my God, I'm done. Now
said you had a good point, Jupe. He said you got a good point, Jupe.
Nah, ain't enough.
He say I'm a cook, Usyk. He say I'm a cook.
No, he ain't.
He changing his tune, Juke. He changing his tune.
I'm done. Y'all be in here, hold this person accountable. He ain't did. Y'all did. This is what I mean. This is why I say I'm about to stop talking about things outside of boxing. Because here we are trying to hold fighters accountable. This man about to fight someone who ain't ranked and ain't fought in 12 years. They ain't said a word. It took for me to bring it up and them to say, well, that's my guy. Y'all so fraudulent and fake. I'll never respect you again. Never. There's nothing you can say now. I'm done. No. I'm not talking about anything. No. Are you serious? You see what I'm saying? What? Who's supposed to be the leader?
Juke, he heard you. He say he got to change your heart. He gonna hold him accountable.
No, it's too late now. No, it's too late. You should have did it beforehand. You should have been the main one. When Tank do his dirt, I came out here like, nah, this is a problem. No one had to prompt me to do it. Nah, it's too late. Nah. Yeah. See, this is you see, can you see this? The same
you already know it's
hold people accountable.
It's gonna keep happening every time. We the only fan base that ain't nobody holding Devin accountable for ducking rolling. We the only fan base that gotta be harassed about holding somebody accountable.
I have the little bit of respect I have for any of these dudes. I ain't got. It's all left today. No, I want to say I can't. Like y'all were the same people who was like, "Oh my God, he's fighting Jake Paul." At least it was for some money. This ain't no big money. Usyk about to fight some random guy who ain't fought in 12 years. He has all the advantage, 100% advantages. And the bag ain't even that good. Meanwhile, Tank, I get it. It was a big bag. And you're fighting someone who got you by 180 pounds. And they was in here telling us we had to hold him accountable. But Usyk I will never respect you again. I will never show any respect again. I'm done. Are you serious? Yeah. It's too late. You can't hold him accountable. After all that mess y'all talked this summer, bro, don't say
it's too late. It's too late to apologize.
It's too late.
It's too late.
Summer. Oh my God, Tank is ruining boxing. He's about to fight Jake Paul. Mind you, I agree. I hate that fight. But now that Usyk, who should be held
the same, I think Usyk's is even worse. What you think? I think Usyk's is even worse.
No, this is. Oh my God, 2 cents.
Because it's for his title.
1,000 times worse. Because Jake Paul actually has some experience and has been fighting recently. Jake Paul has actually been fighting. Jake Paul is a bigger name. Jake Paul has a gigantic advantage over Tank. Usyk has a physical advantage. Usyk has a skill advantage. Usyk is not getting a huge bag for this because no one knows this dude. He's doing this for nothing. Meanwhile, the people who have fought their way to the position, he's literally blocking them from the championship. Usyk is literally holding up the heavyweight division to fight someone no one knows, no one asked for, who hasn't fought in 12 years. Think about this for a second. Tank's belt wasn't on the line with Jake Paul. Usyk's belt is. Usyk is literally holding up boxing for a fight and a fighter no one heard of. And I had to bring it up for them to say
it ain't that no one heard of him, Drew. He ain't no fighter. It ain't that nobody heard of him. He's not even a fighter. Years.
We just saw Jake Paul come off a fight with the Mike Tyson. And y'all, they skewered aircraft carrier being one. Oh my God, Tank is doing this. Oh my God. At least Tank had a size disadvantage. It was still dangerous for him. This is not a dangerous fight for Usyk. And there's no a big financial gain.
What if Usyk get dropped like Fury did?
He better not, because oh my God, and Fury at least fought someone who was had fought recently. This guy ain't fought in 12 years. I can't get over this. Oh my God. And then these dudes who now was running their mouth, oh my God, Tank's trained boxing. Tank's all 5'4" of him is running boxing. But you letting Usyk get away with this? Only Americans don't know him. The world is bigger than just America. His record shows, bro.
Only America don't know him. He's not a boxer.
He ain't even know. He's not a boxer. Look at his record. Only America don't know him. Oh my God. If you're big, you make it big. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, I know other boxers in other countries. He ain't big enough to he's not big enough to make a fight like this. I hate when people say, they be like, oh, that's because you Americans don't know him. Stop it. Y'all pay that irritates my soul. Just because you don't know him, at the end of the day, who is he? Tell me his accolades. You know what? Yeah. Tell us his accolades.
He don't have none.
He ain't got none. Oh, just because America doesn't know him, blah, 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 blah. It's not just that Americans know. It bothers me because they act like Americans have this stereotype that Americans know less, but when you stick to talking to these people, they think they're so much more intelligent, and they really aren't. At the end of the day, I looked at this man's record. I looked him up. Usyk has no business anywhere near this man. Kickboxer. You see how
to fight the best heavyweight. It's not even an exhibition fight. It's a real fight. I can see if it was an exhibition.
Rico is a legendary kickboxer. Tank got destroyed for fighting someone who is actually an actual boxer who's bigger than him. You don't get points for fighting a kickboxer. Don't nobody care. Rolly's a kickboxer. Y'all disrespect Rolly every day. Who cares? Rolly's a kickboxer. He's a legendary kickboxer. Shut your ass up. Y'all making me mad.
What does that have to do with boxing?
What they got to do with boxing? This is a boxing match. This is a boxing match.
Jake Paul was a real boxer. He's a real professional boxer, though.
Right.
Jake Paul is a real professional.
Right. Jake Paul is an actual boxer. He literally has a boxing record with wins. I don't care. Rolly's a kickboxer, and y'all trash him every day.
Now, he was a jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu, okay.
Jiu-jitsu,
yeah. Right. That's what I'm saying. Mixed martial arts matters when they want it to matter.
Facts.
But
Facts.
It matters when they want. No, he's a I don't care. Usyk is the heavyweight champion of the world. It's not a big fight. He's a legendary. He's legendary in y'all area. He ain't like if you're not legendary worldwide, you're not legendary. Ngannou is legendary because everyone knew him. Everyone don't know this guy, so he ain't legendary. He's legendary in your town.
All right, y'all. Let me get 10 more likes. I'm on here tonight. Extra time. Y'all know I'm on here way past 12 o'clock. Frito for life. I am a casual. Why y'all? What?
I'm not a casual at all. At the end of the day, we talk about
Frito, I'm a casual. You know what? It's funny how before I started saying I was a casual, everybody wanted to call me a casual. Then I start saying I'm a casual, and everybody want to tell me I'm not a casual.
He said Rico is promotion's longest reigning heavyweight champion. This is a boxing channel. This is we don't care about all that other BS. We don't care. He's holding up boxing, fighting these randoms who are not boxers. Is he legendary in the sport of boxing? Then it's irrelevant. We don't care. Is he a legend in boxing? What has he done in boxing? Nothing. Thank you.
All right, I might do a pop-up live tomorrow. We can come on here and cook on that some more juice because I think that needs to be taught. Nobody's saying a peep, nobody's saying a word, don't nobody care.
No, I'm going in on this because these same people was trashing and y'all gotta hold Tank accountable. He's fighting someone who isn't a boxer, and now they're trying to tell us that this other guy he's legendary in a sport that no one cares. That no one cares. That got nothing to do with boxing.
Jake Paul was legendary on YouTube.
Is he legendary in boxing? If he's not legendary in boxing, then it don't matter. We don't care. I can be legendary in biological sciences. Does that help me with a boxing champion? No, it does not. It don't matter. Get out of here. You can't criticize someone for fighting a non-boxer and then go ahead and fight a lesser known non-boxer.
Damn, J-Man 96 say, and they fighting in Egypt. They fighting in the pyramids, Juke.
Yeah, might give a... Oh, my God.
I don't know what they got going on.
Okay,
but shout out. Hey, look, I need 10 more likes. Let me get my like check. Did I get my 10 more likes? I need 9 more likes, y'all. I got 91 likes. I need 9 more likes. Punch the like button. Let me get them last 9 likes. We wrapping up the show. Please. Big Supreme say, I'm legendary in Hayden. LOL. Big Supreme funny.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I'm thinking about like all this mess folks was talking, and you about to fight this. I can't. Rico Verhoeven.
You know how like everybody knew who Conor McGregor was, even if they didn't watch MMA.
Yeah. This ain't it.
That's not this.
And I get it. He fought kickboxing. He fought one boxing match in his life, and it was in 2014, 12 years ago. People trash Tank Davis for considering a fight with Jake Paul, who coming off a win streak in boxing and has a 180-pound weight advantage. Are the same people are telling us, well, he's a legend in my little world that they ain't trying to hear that. But he hasn't fought a boxing match in 12 years. Our best and brightest should not be fighting guys who hasn't fought a boxing match in 12 years. This is like, you know what? Let me take down everybody's name you said. I'll never respect y'all again.
Let me take that. Don't write them down, Juke.
I gotta write them down. I will never.
Juke, they entitled to their own opinion, Juke.
But it's hard to know. No, but at this point, what I'm saying. At this point, it's not an opinion. You're factually, you have different standards. I remember that Frito account. He was trashing Tank for stuff that he wants us to praise Usyk for. I will never respect his opinion. No, I'm writing it down. Absolutely not. Fredo, airplane. Yeah, no.
Airplane.
No, all y'all, no. Y'all can't say nothing to me ever again in life. Ever again in life. I'll never respect you again. No. Go ahead and screenshot this. Because this is ridiculous. Really? I'll never respect you again. I don't care. You can tell me the sky is blue. I don't respect you. Don't even talk to me.
Airplane. Shout out Chef Jupe RD.
I'll let y'all go. Yeah, go ahead. Let's do your last thing. But I'm over it. I'm so mad. What? I wasn't even mad. I was happy on this panel tonight. It's also y'all comments. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just give me a glass of wine and chill out and watch something so I can relax my mind. Because y'all didn't piss me off. Okay, good night. Thank you so much. Y'all have I'll look for your pop-up live tomorrow, love.
All right, shout out Juke.
Right.
Thank you, Juke, for coming up. Let me get the like check. Am I at my 100 likes yet? Let me know if I'm at the 100 likes yet. Airplane, you done messed up, Airplane. Fredo. See, y'all can't be over here with the captain, man. I gotta keep it a buck over here. I gotta keep it real. We keep it even all across the board over here. That's what we do. So I'm at 92 likes. Hey, make sure you got your notification bell on if you don't have it on. I'm probably gonna do a pop-up live tomorrow. We can come up here and chat some more. Very interesting conversations tonight. We talked about the fight with Derek Chiroza, Deontay Wilder and his legal issues. We talked about Devin the Dream turned into a nightmare Haney and what went wrong and what happened with his negotiations with Sugar Rolly Romero. we talked about Turkey and how he's been kind of quiet about boxing and what he got going on for the future and what's up with the Turkey Devin Shakur relationship. He did not mention them for the back half of the year for any fights that he got planned, but he did mention Ryan King Garcia. Thank you to everybody that joined me tonight. Special thank you and special shout out to everybody that supported the channel, whether it was through the Cash App or you left your 2 cents in the super chat below. If you're listening to the replay, but be sure to hit that heart with the and leave a special thanks, just letting me know that you enjoyed the show. And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, timing you out the chat, leaving you in the background, muting you while you on the panel trying to talk, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Thank you.